Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody is doing great. I'm your host for tonight, Brother Abe Cias. We're having Scooby Doo open mic nights. I don't know how it's going to work out. I had an incident happen today where my a tree fell over and it took out my Wi-Fi. So I'm going live off my phone right now. I don't know how this is going to work. So bear with me. Uh, what I'm going to do right now is try to invite cousin Jesse over. I don't know if I can, but I'll try. It's going to be a hard thing to do here, I think. If not, I just have to go with the flow of things. Uh, so how's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. Yeah, copy the link. Let me see if I can do an invite. I don't know if I'm going to be able to even invite them. I copied the link. I would have to look for them, but I don't want to leave this. So let me see what I can do. What I can do is I'm going to place the link in the chat. So, cousin Jesse, the link will be placed in the chat, hopefully, if it allows me. There we go. And I put it up on top. It's pinned. There's the link. I'll place the link for whoever's tuning in. Hopefully, I'll be able to see the comments. Like I said before, we're doing an early live just to see how this was going to turn out due to we had bad thunderstorms here in central Texas, and one of my trees fell over, and it fell over this evening like around 6:30, and it tore down the my Wi-Fi. So we have no Wi-Fi right now, so I'm going off my phone. Yes, cousin Jesse, I placed the link here. There's the link. Log into the link that I placed on here. I placed the link up. It's up on top, unpinned. There's a link for you to join. So how's everybody doing this evening? Who we got here? Let me move this closer to me because I'm kind of far away. I'm going off my phone. So how you been YouTubing? Been doing good. Hanging in there. It's just we had one of the trees. Uh, I guess the wind it knocked it over and it took out my Wi-Fi. So the people from the Wi-Fi will not be here till tomorrow morning. So I decided to go live on Restream through my cell phone. I said we got 16 viewers. How you doing, bro? Hey, you know when there's a will, there's a way. So I was gonna go live off of YouTube itself, but I said no, I got Restream. I can go live Restream here through my cell phone. And today is Scooby Doo open mic night. I believe there was certain individual that wanted to jump on and share some stories. I don't know if she's gonna join, what time she's just gonna join, but I decided to go live early because the weather has been acting crazy all day. A lot of lightning, thunder. The wind was strong enough to knock down one of my big trees. So, and they're still like lightning outside, and I just don't know what the weather's going to be tonight, or if it's going to knock out the power lines or something. I mean, it knocked out my tree, so they've been having a lot of alarms going off because of the weather been very severe. I think yesterday there was like some tornado warnings and stuff like that, and today they've been going off too. So you don't know what the weather's going to do. So send the link, cousin Jesse. Click on it. If you're here, click on it so I can add you onto the live. I mean, does somebody want to do a test for me and click on it to see if I can add y'all? The link is right here. So there's the link. Oh man, how about I don't know if you can send me a request to join. I know I can send you. The link is right there. Can anybody try to click on the link to see if it'll show me something that you want to join on here? Uh, I don't know. I don't know what to tell them. Let me see if I can refresh it at all. I'm refreshing it. I'm refreshing the link. Uh, okay, I copied the new link. So I'm gonna go to the chat, and here we go. There's a new link. Hopefully that'll work right there. I don't know. I'm just waiting to see if he's gonna be able to join. If not, I'm gonna have to go solo if he's not able to join. I don't know what I can tell you, cousin. Can you try a different device? What device are you trying to use to click on there? Can somebody try to click onto that just to see if it works? It should work. It's a fresh link. Bing YouTube, and can you just click on it just to see if it works? Or somebody click on that link to see what it does on your phone or whatever phone you're gonna use. See if it can allow you in. Try your cell phone, cousin. See if the your phone. I don't know how many minutes you got. I tried. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, brothers and sisters. It should be able to work. I mean, I haven't done a live through my phone like this. It's got the link there. I placed the link. Yeah, or I might just do a quick live for about an hour. Sorry about that. If it's not working, I could attempt to try do it live through YouTube, but when I try to do it live on YouTube, it's very grainy. I'm allowed to, you know, to have people on there. It's just the picture. It's crappy, and it literally almost boots me off out of there every time I try to do a live with one individual. Here, I can do live with 10. It's just I don't know what's going on. Why people cannot join? Yeah. See what this is. Okay. Okay, me. I'm gonna invite you a different way, cousin. Try to invite you a different way. Okay. Copy to clipboard. Here we go. Maybe this is the link. Try that one. Yeah, I think it's the same link because it said invite the people, and I don't know what's going on. Local video, image, presentations, settings, invite guest. I did all that already. I don't know. Hmm. Sorry about that. That is not working. I'm tempted to go to YouTube and try YouTube to see, but on YouTube I can only have one guest. It's just when I get there, you know, there you go. Hello, hello, test, test.
Looks like it's working, man.
It is working. The link, yeah. Well, see, it is working, primo. Somebody just clicked on the link. Yeah, I'm gonna go on with the show, but y'all seen that the link is working. He just got on there and it's working. So there's nothing wrong with the link. You seen they clicked on and I just added them. They popped out. I added it. So the link is working. I just don't know what's going on with y'all's phone. If you get set up a certain way, but I'm going to continue on with the show regardless. Here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, I can see your comments pretty easily here. Could be you ought to try to come and join off of Restream. That's where I'm at on Restream. Uh, that link it should take you to, yeah. I'm seeing all the comments that are coming from YouTube. So whatever's showing me here. I think what was the name of the there was somebody that wanted to jump on and share some stories, but I don't know where she's at. Every time she says she wants to jump on, it's like she don't show. I told her to be here today. It's just I didn't expect for the tree to fall over and hit my power line. I think I'm able to share a picture of that tree. Let me see. Let me see if I can share a picture of that tree because it was giving me some options here. Let me see. It's down here, I think. Uh, Image. What's image? Oh, there you go. There's the image of the tree, brother and sisters. Uploading it. It's crazy. Uh, why? Okay, image. I'm gonna come back to me. Share images off my phone. Maybe that solved the problem. Oh my god. To get this. There we go. I was trying to add a picture up there, and it started to use of a cell phone. So there you go. Hope y'all can see me. So how's everybody doing today? As for me, I'm just hanging in there. You can see where the link works because my brother clicked on it and he was able to get on here. I just don't know what he used. If he was using his phone or your tablet. So if you're here, what did you use when you clicked on the link that I placed? Yes, everything costs money nowadays to use. Just like StreamYard costs money. At first, it's free for about a month, but then after that, they charge you a certain fee. Uh, but I've been using Restream. I really haven't had no problems. Like I said before, I'm just going off my cell phone right now. I hate it when the weather changes. Uh, Cousin Jesse, if you're here, uh, he used his tablet on Safari and he was able to click on here through Safari. He was able to click through the link through Safari. Uh, it's an open mic night, man. Anybody can join. Copy that link. I'll send it again. Anybody. I'll place it again. There's a link. Anybody want to join and share a story? You're more than welcome. The link is right there. Yeah, the weather's bad out there right now, man. Like I said, it knocked out the tree, fell down, knocked out my Wi-Fi cable. There's thunder right now. I don't know how bad it's gonna get, but hopefully it don't get too bad. The tree was a big tree that fell over. All right, cousin. So the chat is open up for anybody. If you can click on to the link, see if you can join. You're more than welcome. You get a story to share. Believe it or not, I don't have the. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about it, but we've been having sightings. Believe it or not, of either pixie or fairy sightings. The one that's been witnessing them has been my brother. That day that I caught the image of the thing that was attacking him, uh, he said that I believe he had backed up because there was something flying in front of him, and it was like it seemed to him like he was trying to attack him, right? So he took like 5 steps backwards, pretty big steps backwards because it was coming at him. Well, today he showed up, and he showed up when the tree had fallen down. A tree had already fallen down. He went outside, and he was in the backyard looking at the tree, and he said there's two of them. There's two of them right here. I see them. He was seeing the two things, or the fairy or pixie like thing that was coming at him. He seen them by the tree. So he said there's two of them right here. I see them right now. There was two red birds, or two red cardinals, and then he seen those two things, and he said he gave me the direction where they flew, which is uh the next block over, like two houses down to the left. That's where it flew over to. So yeah, there's thunder right now, but yeah, I still have some other pictures that I want to share with y'all, brothers and sisters. When we did our investigation, it's kind of like sometimes you might not sense something. You can hear things, but you might not sense something. But what gives it away is your equipment. When your equipment starts failing, like lagging, or like what happened to my brother, that his camera went, his video he's recording behind me, and his picture went upside down. So he was recording me, and I was upside down in front of him, and he was looking at his. But I was recording me. He was recording me with his camera, and I was upside down. And when I was upside down, I was telling him that I was getting interference, where I was losing connection and all kinds of stuff. So definitely, it's got to be some kind of magnetic interference there, possibly something there in that area that causes that kind of affects the equipment. I'm going off my phone. I'm going off my phone right now. Uh, How you doing, Sister Madeline Shap? But we will be strong tomorrow. Uh, Tomorrow we will have hopefully the Wi-Fi fixed so I can share all this pictures with y'all. Uh, but I will have to do some research, some investigating to where those little black things flew towards this tree that my brother was saying. For some reason they're attracted to him because they came at him in front of my house, and then he's seen them in the backyard, so he's able to see them. Um, and he told me which tree they went to. I believe there might be pixies that he might have been witnessed because he said there were like color dark little figures, either pixies or something, some kind of flying duendes or something. Believe it or not, the only flying duendes I know are pixies. So it's got to be a pixie that he's witnessing. So that's like 3 times that he's seen them. There's a link. Anybody want to see if whoever wants to jump on? Uh, I want to place a link here. See if y'all can join. Some people said that they couldn't join, but let me see. I can. Uh, yeah, the link is pinned up on top. I don't know, Sister Madeline, if I can send it through Messenger, but the link is clicked up on top of this. On top. Well, we've seen them, so that's like the third time you've seen them. You know, a little. It gotta be pixies, man. Pixies, fairies, but the ones that are mischievous or the pixies, those are the ones that come at you. Uh, I can't say no that he can see them. He just, I didn't, he would always tell me that he don't feel that he's gifted and stuff, but he's able to see them. So if he's able to see them, is because he's gifted. So he's actually seeing these little pixies that were standing by the tree that fell down. They were like flying right beside it, and he was looking at them. They were looking at him, and then they flew towards some other trees. Uh, yeah, I placed. You can't click on the link that I placed up there where it's pinned, Sister Madeline. And let me see if I can share this a different way. Okay. Let me see if I can send it like this. I send it through Messenger to you and cousin Jesse. See if y'all can go through Messenger. So That's like 3 times that he's seen them. Uh, little, I would say they're dark, little dark pixies from what realm would that be? The magical realm? There you go. It looks like the link works. I don't know, cousin Jesse. Why it don't work on him?
Yep.
What's up?
Yep.
It, it,
Looks
wor-
like it
it
still
works.
works, man.
It does work.
Yep.
Yep. You know, you could put you don't want to show your face. You could always just turn off your camera and let your speaker just work. You could be the co-host if you want. It's up to you. So you can tell them what you're seeing.
Yeah. It was weird because we didn't feel anything when we walked outside. We were just talking, but I saw that little fairy thing that was.
What color was it? The one that when we captured in front of the house on camera? Uh,
I,
how was that?
I didn't see that face, but and I didn't feel anything, but I saw the little fairy thing. It was in front, came in front of me, and it was flying in front of me, and it came towards my chest.
So
So
how big would it be? Like, I know it's
it
small, but
was
like
it
inch
was like
wise.
maybe like 3 inches. It was like 3 inches, and it was flying in front of me, and it was moving real fast to where I couldn't see the body, but and I could see the wings flapping real fast, and that's what I was looking at. I was like, "What the hell?" And I was looking at it, and it was flying right in front of me, close to my chest. That's why I didn't notice the face thing, and I didn't feel anything evil or evil presence. So then I took some steps back, and then it still followed me back. And then I was like, "Oh shit!" So then I ran towards the porch. I turned around and ran towards the porch, and it buzzed my ear.
It
But I
went
never
by.
saw the floating face thing, and I never felt anything evil. That's what was weird. I think that the little fairy thing might have saved me from that thing that was attacking me.
There we go. Just new to this, doing off my phone. Just trying to fix everything to look how it looks. Let me see how I could do a different look on the format of the way it's set up. I'm afraid to hit a button and then it's just gonna mess everything up. Let me see how I can get a smaller screen. No, that's too small. I guess I'll just leave it like this for right now. If you're hearing something in the background, that's a parrot, brothers and sisters. There we go. Cousin Jesse, what happened? I just added them. What's up, primo?
What's up, cousin?
Let's do it the three-way here. So let me see what I can do with this layout. There you go.
Hello,
Hey,
everybody.
we got the mini Jesse down there.
Hi, I'm here on behalf of the Duendes. Madeline is our queen. Viva los Lizard Riders!
So what did you see today, bro? When you came by the tree that fell over?
I, I, I still didn't know what it was, but when I saw those things flying over there in the backyard, then I was like looking at them and I was like, those are those things because the wings were moving super fast. And I had seen that before. Yesterday, I saw a lot of birds look like they were chasing one in a ball, but I couldn't tell. But today, I'm for sure I saw two of them, and they were together and they were flying right there in your backyard.
And they look
So
the
I don't
same as
know. Like I
did they
said, I
look the
didn't feel
same?
it.
Uh,
I didn't feel
yeah.
anything evil or nothing. So I think maybe that thing was trying to save me from the whatever
So the
that little
succubus,
creature was saving me from the thing that was trying to suck my energy
your
out.
energy. Yeah.
As you know, I told you my neck had been hurting me, and I told you that I kept on hearing my daughter's voice telling me that she loves me, and it was bringing me down and making me depressed.
Hi, Monica. Hi, Lisa Foy. Primo, I can barely see myself, man, and I'm wearing glasses.
Uh,
Nope, I can't see nothing. We're better
yeah.
off dealing.
That's what I was trying to tell you, man. Let's see this one. How about that one?
Yeah, I can see myself now. I can see the white in my beard.
There you go. Let me try this one here. No, just
Wow, man, I got hella forehead.
I guess that one right here will be good.
Yeah, that's as good
Now
as it's gonna get.
we're all little duendes.
Where did our queen go? Madeline! Madeline!
There we go.
What's up, cousin?
Not much, man.
As you can see, I
Yeah,
am with the Scooby Doo shirt.
I took him to investigate the area there and tell him out of your point of view, bro, what you felt and stuff like that. We want to go do that investigation 2 days ago, or
It
was it
felt like
or was it a day ago? Yeah,
uh,
a day ago. A day
yeah.
ago.
When you get to this spot, you can feel a difference in like in the air pressure and the air, and it feels all hot and stagnant. Like there's no circulation or nothing, and it's like hot. There's a
Wow.
difference, yeah. And then you keep going, and then it all of a sudden it just got real freaking cold right there, and then you could feel like something's watching you. And I thought I saw something move, and I went that way to go videotape it, but I didn't realize until we left there that I was looking at my video that the videos when I started recording when his internet went out, that he couldn't record. I was recording him, and everything turned upside down.
Magnetic interference.
Yeah, when he lost the connection, mine turned it upside down. I still had connection, but mine turned upside down, and it was there in that place where it felt like that stagnant, the air, like you could feel something.
Mm. That's crazy, man.
But
And now
that,
the tree's been uprooted and whatnot.
I mean, look, the other day when we were outside his house, when I saw the thing running by the tree and all that, we could feel it. We knew something was there. Both of us, all our
Bro, I
wrists,
didn't tell him
on our
about that
arms,
time.
and our backs, and everything. We started praying, but this thing that just happened when that he caught on his camera, on his house camera, that was weird. I didn't even catch anything or feel anything evil there. It was just a little fairy thing. That was I was surprised about that face that was trying to latch onto me.
the spiritual warfare is real, brothers.
So I don't know if the little fairy was there with that thing or if the little fairy was helping me. I think it was helping me because it made me back up and I ran because I was freaking out with it. I didn't know what the hell it was. It was following me and it was right on my chest.
Wow, that's crazy, man. I've never ran from a fairy. I ran from a huggy succubus, but not from a fairy.
Man, when I ducked, I even ducked. I ran to the porch and ducked, and it freaking buzzed my ear. I heard it like a helicopter. Bzzz, and I was like, what the hell? And I was looking for it after that, and I couldn't see it no more. And then when he showed me the video later on, I was like, what the hell? So I was like, so the fairy was there to help me and push me back,
I
or
believe
was it
so.
part of the gang? I think
It
the
probably
fairy was
was there to
helping
put you
me.
back, brother.
Yeah.
Because that's like it reminds me of the picture of the ferry that I got, where I was surrounded in by all the activity in Elms Grove, the path of Elms Grove, and as they were surrounding me, I was like I feel like a lot of heaviness. I heard like a buzzing sound in the distance, like something in my ears ringing. So I start following that sound, and I leave the area of that path and go down where the noise is coming from, and it started getting louder and louder, but it sounded very faint, you know. And I stopped near the creek, and I could hear the sound coming from inside the creek bed. There was no water; it was empty. So I took a picture, and that's how I captured the picture of the ferry. I think that ferry got me out of there because he knew I was in danger. It was trying to get me out of that area.
Thank you, Lisa.
I
And a
guess
big.
Sister,
Sorry, cuz.
Sister
Right, but
Monica,
it's like you say, bro. If you don't know, always test it.
that's the
I was
spirit.
just freaking out. I wasn't thinking about testing it. I was just looking at it like, what the hell is this flying in front of me? Because I was trying to figure out what it was because I could see the wings moving real fast. And I was trying to look at the body and I couldn't see it because it was like vibrating real fast.
Hi, runner.
Probably vibrating in a different frequency.
You should have grabbed it and put it in your pocket, man.
I mean, it was right in front of my chest, right where I have my necklace.
Yeah, you should have grabbed it and put it in your pocket and tell her, "Make me fly."
How you doing, runner?
Who's got birds?
That's my little boy.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Axel.
Axel.
Yeah.
Órale. My little mutt's on top of the couch asleep, man. How you doing, Texas Outlaws? Welcome in.
You got some stories for y'all. My brother, he's the one that I've been telling you, brother and sisters, that because of him, uh, I had to go stay with a curandera in Mexico when I was a kid. He
Yep.
remembers because he was 2 years older than me.
I'm all
He
ears.
remembers he remembers the curandera.
Yep. She will make good refried beans with corn tortillas.
Man, you're making me hungry, man. I'm gonna want a Scooby.
Shit. She'll make everything from scratch. It was good.
No,
So
man.
what do you remember of her, bro?
That's Abe's brother, runner, not mine. You missed it yesterday, Texas Outlaw. Yesterday was Werewolf Wednesday. There was nothing but Dogman stories on yesterday. Sorry, cousin.
Yeah, she was good. That old lady. I lost like a lot of years. I don't remember some things, but remember when I would always fall, and I would always fall,
Yeah.
and they took me back to her, and then she told me never to say to anybody what I was gonna see, and she put me in front of her fireplace, and she had a table with some bowls on there on the table. Now I was already older. I was already in somewhere in elementary school. I'm not sure if I was already a fifth grader or what, but she told me don't tell your parents and don't tell anybody what you're gonna see. And I told her okay. And she stood me in front of the fireplace, and then she put her hands in the bowl, one of the bowls, which had powder in it, and then she rubbed her hands together, and she said some words, and I don't know what. Now it wasn't English and it wasn't Spanish. It was some other language that I don't understand. And she clapped her hands together and she was rubbing them, and then she put her hand by my knee, and then a little black bird with red eyes jumped out of my knee, threw my blue jean into her hand, and then she threw that into the fire, and then the fire just got a lot of flames, like as if you would have put gas in it. And she told me never to say that story, but what the hell? I'm old now. I don't care.
So basically, it was a maldad that you had was the bird with the red eyes,
Yup. It was just still something that lingered from the thing that they were trying to kill
the
me.
witchcraft, the witchcraft. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Abe's brother, Duanita.
Yes, my brother that experienced talking about the curandera because he remembers her. So you seen a black bird with red eyes that come out of it.
Yep. Jumped out of my leg, threw the blue jean into her hand, and then she threw it in the fireplace.
Wow.
And then
So it was
she's
the maldad, the
yeah, and
maldad.
then she said it was gonna go away. And then me falling down, because I would fall down a lot, remember? And then
Yeah.
after that, it went to just falling down like maybe two or three times in a year. And then every when by the time I got to high school, I wasn't falling down anymore. My leg would try to give out, but I would catch myself. And then I haven't fell down anymore.
So you experience the things I experienced. Tell them the story of Pearl, Texas, brother. Tell them what happened when we were coming from up north.
Yeah, I
Because
want
we
to
want
go
to.
find that. I want to go find that dirt road
Yeah.
where that castle is.
Tell
But I
them the
was looking
story.
on the
I'll
map
tell the
and I
story
can't find it. I
where we
know.
were driving and the sheriff told us to go a different direction because the road was closed. So I'll let you take it from there, bro.
Yeah, because we were running out of gas. So then we went back. We Our dad said did what the sheriff told us to do, and we went back to that dirt road and we followed it. And he wasn't lying. It did go to a town, but it passed through that freaking. It was a long way. My mother was praying, and the thing was we were running out of gas, and there was like this big giant castle. It looked like a freaking castle. It was lit
But
up, and they had
tell them about the truck, bro, that was following us.
yeah, there was a big truck with big spotlights. They was trying to run us off the road, but that big old castle with all the freaking lechuzas everywhere, and they were flying around the station wagon. And then my mother kept on praying because she said that they could teleport inside the station wagon, which I don't know if they can teleport inside.
I mean,
The,
there are
I don't know
lechuzas
about that.
using magic. They came flying. The cousin, they were on top of the castle, and they all came flying at us.
Wow.
I mean, it was a lot of them. How,
And
how many do you think
it
it was,
wasn't a
bro?
house. It looked like a freaking castle. I still remember.
How
And
many black
then
lechuzas was it?
there was a lot. There was a lot. It was like a flock.
A flock of lechuzas.
Yeah, they were all
A,
around, everywhere,
a
flying
lot of them,
around.
primo.
Yeah, it was bad.
They were banging the station wagon on the sides. They were scratching it up on top, and you could see their faces of the lechuzas looking at us from the sides. We're all in the center. They had us all in the center. They was to get away from the back of the station wagon because they were afraid that they were going to try to lift the back door, or open the door. We had the doors locked. There was wiggling on the, I think, on the doors, like trying to open them, but we had them all
Yep,
locked. Yeah,
Man, I've heard of a flock of seagulls, but never of a flock of lechuzas.
yep. It was a lot of them. They
and
were all on the castle, all on the roof, everywhere. All it was all lined up. They were side by side on that sucker.
what did
That's
somebody
why I want to
says,
go and
where
look for
was
that
that
castle.
at?
Huh?
What they say, where was that at?
It was a dirt road that we took from one of the highways, and
In Texas.
yeah. So I want to go back there and look for that castle. I want to find that
We,
dirt road.
we're thinking that that area is near Pearl, Texas,
Yep.
because he seen the sign
Yeah,
that
I
said
remember
Pearl,
the sign.
Texas, when we were running out of gas.
Yep. We got gas there at the station, gas, a little gas station. They didn't want to give us gas. Remember?
Yeah,
Oh,
the,
back in the
the,
racist times.
Yep.
that we had to wave the DPS down for, and he's the one that told him to give us gas.
Yep.
And we're thinking this location is near Gatesville, right, bro?
Yeah. I want to go find it. I want to go see if the castle's there. But it's been a lot of years. But I'm sure something is left. It's just like
The question is if the sheriff was involved in this. I wonder how many people that lured down the road and they were able to run him off the road.
because you know how it is down south. A lot of people are involved in this stuff, and a lot of people cover up this stuff.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Do you remember the times that those things were happening at our house, bro? When the lechuzas and brujas were come?
Yep.
Tell
That's
them,
why.
tell them,
That's
tell
why
them
I
out of
was
your
like, "Oh,
perspective.
Jesse experienced the same stuff where the floor was trying to lift up and something was trying to come in." That was my room.
Yep.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Then you said that in the last room there was something that would look through the window with red eyes. Also, it was
Yeah.
always peeping through.
Yep. That's why
Somebody's
we
phone
don't
going
live
off.
over there.
Do you recall any other incidents, bro? Hardy Gil, that's where our cousins live. But I've heard La Prima Goya said that there was duendes over there and lechuzas and brujas in Hardy, Texas.
Yeah, you know all those little towns, especially Hargill. They always say that they see the little the brujas flying with the light, a lantern in the sky. Usually they'll have like a fireball or a lantern, and they'll be in the skies. You don't want to be in those little small towns down south at night. That you don't belong there, and even the people will tell you that to leave before it gets dark. Remember that our cousins would tell us, leave before it gets dark. Don't be around here.
Yeah.
Not really,
She would
Madeline.
always say. She would always say. I think Jesse's mic sounds a little bit loud, but I don't know.
Uh, I can barely hear y'all.
Oh man, we can hear you loud and clear.
Well, let me turn it down, but then I won't be able to hear you. Is that better?
can still hear. Yeah, we can still hear you, man.
I can barely hear y'all,
You say
man.
you can hear us.
Barely.
Oh yeah. Maybe it's because what device are you on?
I'm on my cell phone.
Oh, okay. Let me see some of
Let me see if
the
I can make
comments
these
here.
things work,
Any
man.
any questions that you would like to ask? What else do you remember? I know you lived in Lubbock in East Texas for a while, right? West Texas. Uh, tell them about the encounter you told me, bro, when you would go hunting.
What's up, Yes Missile?
Tell the viewers of that incident of what you encountered when you went hunting out there, or what you witnessed in that area.
You
Or you can share whatever story you want to share.
the big wolf? You mean
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
growling?
yeah. Tell them about that.
Yeah, pe- you know, people say that those wolves are extinct. The big giant wolves, they're not extinct. They still
What are they
exist over
called?
there. Yes, they exist in West Texas.
What are they called?
It's those big giant wolves that you were talking about that they said that they made them.
Dire
The
Dire
wolves.
wolf.
puppies. No, those suckers ain't extinct, man. I'm telling you, they still alive. They're in West Texas. I seen them.
Tell
They're
tell them
huge.
the story that you told me about the pit bull dogs.
I had some pit bulls, and I gave my uncle the two biggest of the litter, and they were huge. They had big giant paws, and those freaking wolves, they killed them. They just they 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 killed them in the field. They cut them into pieces, and they were
Was it a
huge
pack?
pit
What
bulls.
was it? A
Yeah, they
pack
were
of dire
big. They were
wolves?
real tall, and those wolves, they lured them out, and they killed them and tore them up into pieces.
So how big are these wolves that you're talking about?
When you they're from the middle yellow line of the middle line of the road all the way to the end of the road. They're real long, and they're big like a medium sized cow. You know, a cow that's almost full
Mm-hmm.
grown. Okay, like a medium sized cow. They're huge. I never knew that there was things like that out there until I
So
seen them.
did you kill any of those?
I was hunting, and then with our uncle, and he was like, "Shoot it, shoot it!" So I started shooting and shooting. I don't know if I hit it because it never stopped. It just kept running and running. But it had a big old hole next to this water well, and there was yellow hairs there, long yellow hairs. You know how in Spanish they say a lobo? Yeah,
Lobo.
those suckers, they still exist. They're not extinct because I saw it in the museum at Fort Worth. I saw it there, and it doesn't look
So
like the one in the museum. The one in the museum is tall and long and skinny. No, these suckers are huge and they're sturdy. They're built like a cow, like a big giant. They're sturdy and they run
muscular.
real fast. Yeah.
Do you think those are the ones that people mistake? They say they're dogmen. They don't stand on
Uh,
twos. They're run on fours, right?
they run on fours. They won't run on twos. These suckers are big. I wanted to catch one. I saw a puppy and I wanted to catch it, but I couldn't. I couldn't. It got away from me. But yeah, they exist. They're in West Texas. There's a lot of things over there that are big.
That people don't talk
You just
about.
gotta know where to look.
Tell them about the cult over there in Lubbock that you were telling me about. I mean, you were building swimming pools.
Yeah, I worked in a place and it was a what do you call that? A closed community, and it was by a lake, and only rich people lived in there, and all the women had a pentagram. I think it was on one of their shoulders. All the women had a pentagram on one of their shoulders, and they would all be naked at the lake at lunchtime. There was a cement thing that went across the lake, and they would all be on there naked there. I was never there at midnight to see if they were naked there at midnight too, so I don't know. But I saw them there in the daytime, and it freaked me out that they all had the pentagram. They had their own police force too. It was a closed community.
Yeah,
So that
Texas
was
outlaw. I don't know if the truth is gonna come asking for salt, because witches hate salt.
I'm reading the comments. My brother stayed at that house where I told you that our house like got surrounded by this. We seem to be like the silhouettes as big as it were, like Bigfoots with red eyes. But to me, and I know what they are now, the DDN. He went back there to the house afterwards. He stayed at the house, uh, and he said he had something happen to him too at that house because you went back to Lubbock to work up there, right?
Yeah, I could hear them all laughing.
When I joined the military, you was still, or I think you were still there.
Yeah,
So what did you experience at that house?
I could hear all the lechuzas laughing in the trees, and our uncle could hear them too. And he was like, "Oh, you hear that? They got you. They're after you. You better be careful." It was bad. This is really a spiritual battle. But if you ask Jesus to help you and God, He'll help you. When when her uncle and her cousins were drinking and fighting and all of that, I was praying and I had the Bible with me, and I was just praying and praying and saying the Our Father. And then I took off walking, and it's in the middle of nowhere. So I took off walking through the field, and just so you know, all the cotton plants in a big circle were moving around me in a big circle because God had sent His angels, and they were protecting me. They were in a circle around me because there was just they had been drinking and they were arguing and fighting, and they were fighting bad. But yeah, God will protect you no matter what.
Did you say something happened one time with one of the cousins where he's saying they had you or something like that?
Well,
Was it cousin
yeah,
Esteban?
when I first started reading the Bible and stuff, and I started getting close to God, I was asleep in the field across the street underneath a tree in a field, and I had put the Bible under me, and then I fell asleep there, and then I heard the grass crunching where somebody's coming walking. I heard quick, 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 and I saw my cousin, and he was telling me in Spanish that I messed up, that I could have had everything, that I messed up, but he didn't come towards me. He came towards me, and then he stopped, and then he walked around me because I had the Bible under me, right? And then I heard him saying all this stuff that I messed up and that I could have had everything and blah blah blah. So then I was like, man, I better get up. And then I felt like I didn't have no energy, but I pushed through it and I got up. And then I went to the house and I told my uncle, hey, where's he at? He's drunk again. He's talking all this smack. And then my uncle said, no, he's not here. He left early this morning and he hasn't came back. So then I told my uncle what happened, and he was like freaking out. But yeah, I believe that was a demon that was telling me that.
Runner says, prayers don't meet these evil beings, but with lots of knowledge, uh, prayer, and Jesus Christ inside of me. Somebody say double hanger.
Doppelganger.
No, it's just a demon or a deviant that manifested to look like him.
And then you know how it is.
Because we used to have a lot of incidents like that happen
Yep,
when we were growing up.
yep.
Share some of your stories that you remember, bro. Things
Well, we've always heard.
that you would try to
I've
show.
always heard the things, but I've never seen them as much. But I've heard them. All the stories. I tell everybody that watches your show, all this stuff is true. This isn't a lie. That y'all were able to see the Llorona, which is just like you said, a DDN manifestation that's trying to get people to believe in the Llorona, but really everything's already been defeated by Jesus Christ. So they need to test the spirit, like you said. But yeah, I could hear it crying, and then every time that I would hear it, somebody would die in the corner. Every time, a little kid, an old man, another kid, another old man. But I would always hear it. I could hear it crying all the time. And some of us have to go through a lot of stuff. Only God knows. He's the one who's in control. All the stuff that I've been through in my life. And God has saved me many of times. And I'm still here. And I've lost everything. But, you know, I'm still here. God still has something for me to do. So I'm just waiting.
There's your question, cousin. What prayer brings down the witches?
Just the same one that Abram prays. And I type bind and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. They're they're gonna you can know the things that they're gonna tell you something from your past or something from your future. Because years ago I met a woman and she told me, who's the girl that's next to you? And I was like, what is she talking about? What girl? And I didn't know. I didn't know that I was gonna lose my daughter to suicide. I remember my daughter was like 2 years old at that time when I met this lady that told me that, and I didn't understand. But that lady obviously had some kind of attachment where she could see what happened.
those, yeah, the demon was
Yep,
in her, and that's why he was
yep.
laughing.
And she was laughing. Yeah,
That's right, Sister Madeline. They flee in the name of Jesus Christ. He remembers us. Tell him the activity that would happen at her house when every Saturday, bro. Because you were older.
yeah. Well, the pounding on the same thing that Jesse says is pounding on the walls, the footsteps on the roof, and the door jingling, the door trying to open, and the spring on the screen door jiggling and jiggling. Hell, I would wake up sometimes in the middle of the night and go to your house because God would tell me to go over there, and I would go over there, and something would be on your roof, and I would be praying, and I wouldn't never tell you that I would go over there at night, and I would be there, and I would be praying, and then I would get out and give my back to it, and sit on your porch in the middle of the night, like at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I would be praying there until it went away, and then once it went away, I would get back in my truck and I would leave. And I never told you I was doing that, but I would do that because God would wake me up and get me to go over there. I would tell him what's wrong, and I knew something was wrong somewhere, and I would go there, and that's what I would hear: something running on your roof. I wouldn't see anything, but I could hear something.
Yeah, the ones back home, were the brujas that were pissed off. The brujas were mad because she healed my brother. The maldad they put on my brother was death. Yes, that's what there was. A maldad was death, which the doctors didn't have a cure for him in the states. He had high fevers and was hallucinating seeing snakes and spiders. Yeah, I remember the fevers he would have. He'd be burning up, and that's when our aunt took us in a Monte Carlo. It was a green Monte Carlo, and it was me and my brother in the big old back seat that she had in that Monte Carlo, and took us to Reynosa. But the activity that we experienced at the house was pretty hot and heavy because it would happen every Saturday. Same, it's like the same thing would happen. Like the events that would happen was the same every Saturday. It's like nothing changed, but it was the same activity. You could hear something whispering on the outside of the window. You hear the tappings, like three tappings, three knockings, three bangings, and you can hear the lechuzas up there and the brujas whispering, and then you hear the talons, and our mother should be like, "Oi, oi, oi en eso," and she has us all in a little huddle, like we're a little football team and stuff, like in a huddle, because she's trying to protect us. Then we're like, "Yeah, we're here," and then it starts getting out of control because then you hear when we're standing in the house, you hear the bangings underneath us. No matter where we moved, there will be a banging underneath us. Then you hear bangings on the walls, on the windows, on the doors, the wiggling of the doorknob, and uh, running on top of the roof. You hear little kids laughing outside, in which we know little kid in the night will be demonic. You hear him running around the house, um, everything simultaneously, and then you hear somebody running from the last room all the way to the front room, and it will stop there, back and forth, back and forth. So all these things are happening simultaneously at the same time, and then next thing you know, when you think things are going to stop because we're praying, dishes start flying around and breaking in the kitchen. You remember that, bro? The dishes breaking in the
Yeah,
kitchen. So we just pray and pray, and then it's like when the activity will stop when our dad will show up from church because he would go to midnight mass. I mean, he would go to Saturday church. But yeah, it was pretty, and that happened for years. I'm talking about from me being like 3 or 4, but by the time I got back to the States, like 4, all the way till I was like 11 years old. It was like a current thing that would happen on a Saturday. We'll see the lechuzas flying around in the sky. Uh, you could hear them making the whistling sound. I will make it because somebody gets scared here, so I will make the noise it makes. Uh, they will make the noise. You could see them. We could see them like, oh, they're here, and me and my brother we playing outside sometimes, and we would see them, and they're like, oh, the lechuzas are here because you hear them whistling. So we run inside the house, and then we'd be looking and be like, there's one. And he was like, "There's one over here." And then they're making the noise, and freaking, all of a sudden, there's like 4 or 5 till there's like 6 of them flying around and going around us, man, like on top of our yard, like flying in the
Well,
sky. So that's when we go inside and we tell our mom, "They're here, they're here." The brujas, the lechuzas, they're here. So when they would show up, that's when the brujas would show up too.
calm down, Madeline. Calm down.
Yeah, I remember seeing hoof prints in the yard because we were always outside playing, so there was really no grass. It was like sand, and I would tell my mother, "Hey, why are there hoof prints? Somebody's cow is coming in the yard." So then I did erase
Listen,
the
y'all,
hoof prints, and I closed the gate, and I closed the other gate, and I made sure they were closed. And then in the morning, I went outside, and there was hoof prints again, and the gates were still closed. And I told her, "Hey, how did the cow get in? There's hoof prints." And she would always tell me, "Oh, that it was a cow that came in." But like, how did it get in? The gates were closed. It-
hoof
yep, it
prints,
was a demon that had the hoofs, the one that you would always see.
bro. Tell them, bro. Tell them what we had to do for 2 days because it happened 2 days in a row. Tell them the story where we had a shovel all day.
We have what?
Yeah, he's got a family on.
Tell, tell them the story of what we had to do and put in the wheelbarrow for 2 days straight because it happened 2 days in a row, 2 nights in a row.
Freaking butthead.
I don't remember the
Uh,
wheelbarrow.
you know, when we were asleep and we're hearing all kinds of noises outside. You could hear like a man with a whip. Yeah, and you could hear horses. And then you can hear like lion sounds, the sounds of elephant and stuff like that, and different animals. It happened all night. We were praying, but when we woke up, there was shit all over the yard. There was crap all over in the outside yard, in our yard, in our grandma's yard, in the backyard. And me and you had to shovel shit all that
We
day.
would always hear stuff, but yeah, the
Do you remember shoveling the crap and putting it in the red wheelbarrow,
I think I
taking it to the
remember
backyard?
putting it. Yeah,
We had two piles. That happened 2 days in a row. Um, we shovel crap a whole day. We're trying to figure out where all this crap came from because it was literally different sizes. It wasn't all the same. So we shoveled that crap all day. We finished up. Our grandma told us to lock the gates, place pieces of wood on the ground so nothing would come in. It was there really wasn't no cracks underneath the fence. So then that night, the same thing happened as the night before. We woke up and there was a lot of crap. We shoveled that crap again. As we shoveled it. Uh, we we had a big old pile of crap. I mean, stacked up high. And we were talking after we finished. You know, there's 2 days of work we did, me and my brother. As we're talking, guess what happens? As me and my brother are talking. As we're talking, the big pile of crap vanishes in thin air. It's gone. It disappears. You know, when people ask me, do you think that the demons leave residue behind? Yeah, we shovel crap for 2 days. And the manifestation of the crap was there for about 2 days, or one definitely for 2 days, then the other one, and it just vanished. It disappeared. The big pile of crap disappeared. Vanished. I don't know if you remember that, bro.
Yeah. But we would always hear all kinds of stuff and see things, and then things would be different. But
Did you
that's
ever
how
see
it is down
the,
there, though.
the
Huh?
smiley man? You ever see the smiley man by the window?
No,
Fucking Spider-Man.
the one that Jesse saw. No, I never saw the smiley man, but I knew something was out there. And I could feel it real strong. I never felt anything. Only one other time did I feel something that strong and evil, and that was when I told you that the cotton plants were moving in a circle. They wanted me to go to an abandoned farm, and that's where I felt something evil and strong as that. Th- That one time. That's 2 times that I felt
They
something
wanted you to go
evil
to
and
an abandoned
strong
farm?
like that. But no, I didn't go.
How you doing, Bernard Fox?
So what do you think about this DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim?
Because you know how we grew up, how everything we've experienced, and we wouldn't understand what was going on.
Yes.
Remember when our mother died and everything started happening? I went to our aunt, the nun, and I asked her, "Hey, things are happening. The doors are jiggling. The walls are hitting. Something's on the roof and the floor. The radio's turning on, and the lights are flashing. I don't know. I want to fight this. I don't know how to fight it." And that's what she told me: is get holy water and pray the Our Father, and put the holy water in every corner, on the yard, in every room, on every corner, and every window, doorway. Put it everywhere and pray the Our Father, and that's what I did, and that calmed it down. Yes, but then after like 4 months, it started happening again, little bit by little bit. So I had to do it again, because you can cleanse a house, but if the people inside don't change their hearts or don't change how they're living, it's gonna come back. You can help people and cleanse the house and the property, but like I said, if the people don't change and they don't accept Jesus, then it's going to come back, and then they're going to have to do it again, another cleansing.
Yeah, the lights were shut. Well, there was times that we had no electricity and the lights were turned on by themselves. You
Yep,
remember
the
that?
neighbors would be like, "Y'all were having a party or something. The lights were flashing." Remember, the neighbors across the street would always
Yeah,
tell
they
us
said
that,
that
and we were
our
like, "No,
lights kept
we
on
were
flickering
asleep."
on and off.
This is your grandma's house. Those lights will come on, and it didn't even have a meter.
Yeah.
That's why they knocked that house down, because you could hear all kinds of things in there too.
So, oh, now that is freaking crazy, but I believe it. I live here in California, but I'm from Texas. I know it's true. Don't need
Yep,
no proof.
I mean,
yep,
Melanie.
we grew up
Yeah.
in Kukui
Yeah.
Central.
You remember when I got scratched in the face, bro? What do you
I just
remember of that?
remember that you were all bloody, and they didn't. Our mother didn't let us see you. They took you away. So I don't know. She just told us that you got in an accident. She didn't. They wouldn't never tell us. They would never ever tell us, even when the guy was trying to kill you. They didn't. They wouldn't tell us nothing. She would always be hiding everything.
What do you think they would do that because of that town? There's a lot of crooked and witchcraft and all that. Brujos and brujas.
Yeah, but you know how it is when you do good. The bad is always going to push back.
What's
So
up,
you
big
have a
dude?
target on you, and it's just like the old lady told you, the one that healed me and that you were with. She told you when you battle for good, she told me that there's always a price to pay. That's what she told me, that there's always a price to pay for the good that she does. Because I asked her one time, why do you have all these bruises on your legs? And she told me that was the price that she pays for helping people and do good. So I don't know if that's true, but that's what she told me. But the way that I see it, Jesus Christ already defeated all these things. So there's no price to pay. The price has already been paid. There's nothing to fear. They're not allowed to touch you or anything. All that stuff that we experienced, that we would see, if they truly have Jesus Christ in their heart, they can't be touched. Nothing's gonna pick you up and smack you around if you truly believe, and if you truly belong to God, He'll protect you. Just like I told you that the plants were moving in a circle around me. You know what I'm talking about. That's why I don't believe the people that are getting hurt and all that is because something's wrong. There's something some there's a they have some kind of opening and they have to get right with God.
They have a
Yep,
spiritual
yep,
opening somewhere. That's causing them to have the problems that they're going through.
yep. I remember I woke up one time in the middle of the night and our dad was his feet weren't on the floor. He was floating against the wall and something was beating him up. And our mother was praying and I was like, "What the hell?" And then I told her, "What's wrong and what's going on?" And she was like, "Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. It's nothing." But I could see where something was holding him up against the wall, and his face kept on turning to the left and to the right, where something was smacking him. And she was praying. And when I saw that, I remember I was 12 years old, and I said, "Oh shit! If that's gonna happen to me, if I when I get close to God, I don't want to be close to God." That's why my life, I went through a lot of shit. Even now, I'm still going through shit. But I do accept Jesus Christ and as my Lord and Savior, and I do believe in God, and I know that those things that we saw that happened, those things are not allowed. If you, they can't touch you, they can't hurt you. But like they'll try and go around. If they can't get to you, they're gonna try and hurt you some way with your loved ones around you or something.
Somebody says here, what's the scariest thing that ever happened to you all?
I bet it's too many to count. Texas, too many to count, baby. We can't really pick just one.
The
My brother's got a story. I've shared the story. I'll let him share it about the lady that will come to us when we
Oh
were
yeah,
in
the lady in
elementary.
elementary. Yeah, when,
I think
I
I,
remembered when you did
I
your
think
show
I
about
think
it.
she's the one that did you in that got
Yeah,
you
I
sick.
remember that's how she got me, because she was like a beautiful young chick. She looked like she was in her 20s, and she came in a dress, and then she gave me some freaking candy, and I ate it. I was like, ooh, I felt special because of all the kids. She only gave it to me, and I ate it. And then she brought me like an orange or something, and I ate that. She brought the little dog, and I petted it. I couldn't ever see what my brother sees, so I didn't know. That's how they
Well,
freaking
brother,
got me. Cause
you,
yeah, that's how they got me. Cause they put all that.
you
Yep.
were seeing a you were you were seeing a beautiful lady. I
Yeah.
was seeing an old lady.
Yep. She was in her 20s. She was beautiful.
No, I'm saying you were seeing a young lady, but I see her true nature was the old lady, the
Primo,
witch.
what did I tell you? I would have failed that test, didn't I tell you?
Yep. I felt it. That's why I was
I
dying.
would have failed that test.
That's why you gotta teach your kids. Don't take anything from a stranger. Anything.
I'll tell you, because if she would have come up to me and said, "Your mom told me to take you home," I would have gone with her.
If your neighbor comes and says, "Hey, can I borrow some a big pan or a big or ditches or something?" Give it to them. Don't take it back because they could put something on it and then give it back to you. That's how that works. There's a lot of testimonies.
Have you filled
There's a
that
lot
test,
of
cousin
testimonies
Jesse?
online of people that would do all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah, cousin, I would have took off with her, man. Uh, back, you know me, man. I've always been a sucker for a pretty lady, man.
Yep, that's how they got me. I'm telling you.
She would get mad with me. Yeah, she wasn't coming in the form of a young lady. I could see her true nature. She was always offering that apple, that banana, the candy, trying to get me to pet
Yep,
this black
I
dog
did
that she
all of
had, and I
that.
never
I
did.
ate
She would
all
get
that
mad.
stuff.
Hey, primo, I learned when I was doing that palo mayumbe. I learned one phrase, man, that I've always said when it comes to like giving things or lending things out. When they bring them back, you tell them, "Que Dios te conceda lo doble que tú me desees." In other words, may God give you double what you want me to have. Mary, you should know, Mary, Maria.
Yeah, that's a Mary from the from my
You remember
hometown.
Mary, don't you, Jack?
I can't see the shot.
No, she's oh, you can't see the chat.
Uh uh
It's Maria Garcia. You remember Maria Garcia,
Oh
don't you?
yeah. Yep.
She said, "You're just a sucker." Yeah, guilty as charged.
Yeah. Aren't we all?
Runner says my neighbor wants to borrow something, and get a big glass of oh hell no.
What did that Crucito tell Paco in Blood and Blood Out? Hey, there's a big glass of chinga tu madre right there on the counter. Help yourself.
Tell him what happened to our pet dog, bro.
What's up?
Because I had forgotten
Yeah,
about that
we
story.
had a
Would you
pet dog. He
remember?
was a beagle, and our dad had brought it home. We loved that dog. We named him Snoopy, and then our parents were always acting weird at night. It was when they started getting close to God, and they were reading the Bible a lot and all that, and starting going to church. The dog was barking and barking at night, and they always acted weird at night. We always thought that they were just telling us. They would always tell us, "Go to sleep. The devil's outside. Go to sleep. The devil's outside." And we always thought they would just say that to make us go to sleep. That it was bullshit, but no. The
Good
dog
luck,
was barking
beautiful.
and barking, and then in the morning, my dad was praying, and he was at the door, and he was scared. Right, he wouldn't go outside. And then in the morning, we found the dog dead. He had his mouth open and a lot of foam coming out of his mouth. He was that whatever it was killed it, and that's around the time that I found the hoof prints on the sand.
Really? If he had foam coming out of his mouth, he was poisoned.
Yeah, we found the hoof prints around his on the sand. That's around that time. And then after our mother's death, the neighbor next door told us who was the man that would come around and walk around your house every night. I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, there's a man that comes every night and he walks around your house. I see him. That's what our neighbor told us.
You always trust your gut, Julia J. It will never steer you wrong.
We had my grandmother had it was two houses on the four lots, right? So we lived on two lots, and my grandmother lived right beside us. So there was no fence in between us. And she had a Lobo. His name was Lobo. It was like a wolf, right? Lobo and Ali. But when that thing would come at nighttime, man, they would make some horrible noises. You We call it huyando in
Howling.
Spanish, but the howling that they would make was like very, how should I
Very
say,
feral,
like if they were seeing death or
very
something.
feral howling, man, because they were seeing
Yeah.
Satan. I felt sorry for Ali, man. I never met the other dog, but I remember I'm the one that took Ali off of that chain and took him for walks.
Yeah, he was a good dog.
For some reason, my grandmother kept the dogs kind of chained up right there. Before that Ali, there was another Ali, right?
Yep.
Uh, Other things that we would find around our home were growing up in the back fence. People would hang cats there, hanging from our fence, and there would the cat would be dead, where it would be cut right down the center, and the guts and everything would be hanging out. Me and my brother, we had to go dispose of the cat. You remember that, bro?
Yeah.
We had to get it off the
Yep.
fence.
Just people doing messed up stuff. Yep.
Bird
Brujeria.
marking.
Well, they would do that to the. That's around the time they would do that to the illegals. They would hang them on the "Don't mess with Texas" signs. Remember? And they would find bodies without heads at the lake in Delta Lake. Remember?
Wow.
Yep.
Never heard this.
That's the time of the big bird and the all the bodies and the cows not having no blood in them. Remember? That's around all that time.
Chupacabras,
Damn
yeah.
pajero.
Tell them about what you remember of that, brother. Tell them about the pájaro.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. I remember that's around all that time, but I don't remember the big bird, bro.
They didn't let us go play outside. You don't remember that? The recess, we couldn't have no recess in school because of the Big Bird incident. You was there, bro, when we were on the dirt road. You don't remember that part? When we found the big fish in the center of the dirt
Oh
road
yeah, I
going to
remember the
Chuy and
big fish.
Matilde's.
Yeah, yeah.
And then that big thing that was there that started
Well, there
chasing
was
us.
something in there, but I don't know what it was.
That we came running and we jumped in the car and we're like, let's go, let's go, let's
Yeah, yeah.
go.
There was
Then he
something
came
in
from
there.
above and he scratched the top of the
There
station
was
wagon.
something in there in the tree in the woods right there where the water was.
Well, yeah, because my brother didn't get
No,
off.
I
I'm
didn't
the
get
one.
off. No.
It was me and my dad that got
Yeah.
off, or his dad.
You're dead. Yep.
And yeah, we got off.
What
He was in. He stayed in the car. He stayed in the car because he didn't want to get
what's
wet.
the story of the big bird, Texas outlaw? Well, he's yellow. His eyes look like he's high, and he lives on Sesame Street.
Oh boy.
No, back in 70, I believe it was like 74, 75, Texas outlaw, there was
Uh,
an outbreak of a giant bird.
75 or 70,
Okay,
76.
76, I stand corrected. There was an outbreak, there was a giant bird going around abducting people, abducting cattle, children, and the thing stretched out all the way into Mexico, because at that time we were in Mexico, and the announcements would come out on the radio. I remember being a young kid and hearing the announcement that not to let your kids out at night or during the day unsupervised, because there was a giant bird going around taking kids and cattle and people. You call it el pájaro.
Yeah, El Pájaro. Uh, if you look up the bird or the big bird, Rio Grande Valley or Removille, Texas, it'll pop up there.
There's a movie being in the
A lot
works.
of I got I got attacked by it. That's when my face got scratched. The only thing is I never got to go get stitches, so it healed by itself. Yeah, it was attacking a lot of people.
You from Texas? You said you got it.
And then I believe in like in 88, there was a person that came to the bar where I was at with some Vietnam vet with a Vietnam vet that worked with me at Walmart, and he was saying that the big bird, was talking about the big birds, but everybody was too drunk and they wasn't believing what he was saying because they were too busy drinking. And he was saying that he was scared, that he was saying that he seen them. There were a lot of them, and I just need to get a hold of him because he's on my friends list, so he can share what he witnessed that day. What he witnessed happened like in '87, and he said it was off an island that's off South Padre Island where he seen them
What
there.
part of the valley, Texas, outlaw? Are you a 956er? Taylor Nemesis wants to know if it's okay to join the live, Abe.
Yeah, just hit the link that's up there that's pinned and see how this works because I'm doing this live off my cell phone. But yeah, you can join. My outlook small, smaller than what it really
You're
look
from
like.
Edinburgh.
Madeline seeing us normal because we're duende size.
Hi, Madeline, my queen. Little Riders for life. How you doing, Wiggins?
Yeah,
Welcome in.
Hey, cousin.
the link is up there up on top.
Madeline, if I jump on sailors, I'm gonna break her bones.
The link is pinned already.
Hey, hey, Jesse.
What's
You
up, man?
remember that house in Arkansas that where y'all lived in the middle of nowhere? It was a big ranch house, and it had the little houses around it
No,
where
I
Wiki
couldn't.
was born.
I wasn't around then. I was in Fort Worth, man, with my dad.
Oh
Mario might know, but not me, man. I didn't go back to the valley till like '84.
no, that was in Arkansas somewhere.
Yeah, I've never been to Arkansas.
Yeah, that house. Everybody went to the Mississippi River before me, and they told me just go in that direction, right? So I went in that direction, and I'm walking through the woods, and then I start seeing all these dead animals everywhere, right? And
Hmm.
I'm looking at all these dead animals, everything, birds, squirrels, everything. I'm like, what the hell? Then I was like, oh, they were probably poisoned. And I kept on walking and walking. And then I saw this big giant tree, and it was real wide. And the tree had the roots on top of the ground. And on the roots, it looked like it had faces on it. It had like baby faces on it. And I was like, what the hell? And I thought that was weird. There was everything was dead all the way around it and everywhere. And I was looking at that, and I just thought that it was weird that it looked like it had faces on it and baby faces on it and stuff. And I was like, huh. nothing. I didn't feel nothing wrong or nothing, but it was a giant. It was as big as a room, that tree, and I wish I could go back there, but I don't know. I don't remember what town that was where that house was at. That's why I was asking you. I know it's in Arkansas, and it used to be a plantation house, and the little houses is where the workers would sleep. But I'm not sure where that is.
I will see the guys. They were dressed like the old times, walking in the woods, looking at me. But there wasn't. I think there were ghosts of the. It looked. They looked like if they were like on, what do you call it? Voodoo
Oh, the plantation
or
close.
or zombies. Somebody that's got a hex on them. That's how they look like. And they will walk. They had the suspenders and everything, and they were following me. I was swimming in the water, I was seeing them following me, and he was looking in the woods, hiding behind the trees and stuff like that.
Because this is what they told us about that house, that they wouldn't go outside at night because the people would get attacked by this woman ghost thing. That a dude was driving at night there and he got attacked by her and he lost control and flipped his truck. And that's what they told us, that the people there wouldn't go out at night. They would stay inside their houses.
That's when our little cousin Wichito got
Yeah.
attacked,
After
where
that,
she was in the crib, and I guess he was elevated in the air, like something was taking him, and we seen him, and then he got dropped. I don't know if we caught him or not, but he got dropped on the ground by something, by an unseen force, and you could hear a woman laughing. It was trying to take him out the window. Then you could hear like a woman laughing.
Think it could have been Lilith?
Could have been,
it could have been having something to do with that
but
tree because it had all those faces on.
it sounded like more than one woman, because you could hear different women laughing, not just
So so
one, different,
so it
more
was
than
a
one.
coven.
Yeah, but I don't know if the comment was from there or from we're dealing with the familia with those ladies. Could have been from there too.
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Yeah, the link is there if you want to join. I don't know where she went to. She said she wanted to join, but I don't know. I placed a link there for her. Let me see how I can. Okay, I think I placed it there. There it is, right there. Or one more time. There's the link. Yeah, that was when we went up there to work in the cucumber up in Arkansas, and
I don't know. It was in
and
Arkansas. Yeah, it was in the middle of the woods. You had to drive a
but
long way out there.
they live near but they live near the
Yeah,
Mississippi
it was
River.
the
That
Mississippi
plantation
River.
was near the
Yeah,
Mississippi River, because the walk to go swimming was right there by their house. The Mississippi River was right by their house.
I went in the direction they told me, and I was like way farther down the river than I hit the river, and then I just followed the river down after I found that tree, and then I kept going past the tree, looked at the tree, and then kept going past the tree, and I thought it was weird that everything was dead. And I told our mother that I found a big giant tree that it had faces and that everything was dead around it. And she didn't pay me no attention. She just said that they were probably died of poison, the animals, but everything was dead around it. Birds,
Even the
squirrels,
animals.
yeah, animals.
Somebody said that is a scary big tree faces on the
Yep.
roots. And then he said, what the? I asked because it's a symbol of the Thunderbird. Sometimes he wears a crown made of oak leaf. I mean, it could have been a tree where somebody might have done some rituals also, but yeah, we had the form of the babies in the tree. You know, it had to be. I ran into a tree like that in Elms Grove, and out of all the woods that they cut, that tree still stands. That I caught disembodied voices. It had some trees that grew underneath it. It's a long story where you know, I had some chickens. There were little Easter chickens, and they grew. And you know, I didn't want to get in trouble where I lived, so I took them in a cage and put them on top of a tree. And I said nothing will get to them there, but I'm dumb because you know there's weasels and all kinds of other critters, right? Snakes and stuff like that. So the following day we go there, me and my son, we find the cage on the ground. It's all ripped. It's all tore up. I mean, the cage is still closed, but there's feathers everywhere. And what we find was the heads of the chicken, like on a brick, like somebody cut the heads, but there was no bodies, right? So I go back home, and then the following day we go back to that area because I was still upset what had happened, you know. And when I got back there, the reason I picked the area because there was nothing underneath the tree. I said, well, the tree will protect them for the if it rains and stuff like that, right? Uh, when we went back underneath the tree, there was other trees that grew underneath it. There was like 13 of them that grew, and they were pretty tall. It's like, wait a moment, these trees are not going to grow overnight like this, right? So I grabbed my machete and I started chopping them down. What I noticed is these trees that when I cut them with a machete, you know, they're around this thick, around this thick. When I cut them with a machete, there was blood coming out of them, and I was like, "Whoa, what is this?" So I cut all 13 of them up, and blood came out of every single one of them. And I was trying to figure out where this red was coming from, you know. So I chopped down all of them. I believe that whatever killed my chickens used the chickens as a blood sacrifice, and these trees grew overnight. And there's no way a tree's going to grow in one day like that big, that fast. No way. No sun, you know. Sometimes trees need sun to grow, right? No way. So I never went back to that area, but I know that there's something there, some activity. So I believe the story that he just said about the trees that had
The
the only thing
faces.
that would do, yeah, the only thing that would do something like that would be, I mean, brujas, brujos, shapeshifter skinwalkers, because that's what they dabble in, the dark arts. That's right, Jaime. So they believe in the voodoo hoodoo. They'll blow powder in your face, like Papa Chango.
Without the hat.
Yeah, without the head. So we've been on for
An hour and 54 minutes.
Hour and 54 minutes, y'all. So what other things do you remember, bro? Things that you witnessed. It says, hey, but just don't tell me blood came out before you said it's, I swear, just now. Yeah, it was blood. How is that possible? I do not know.
It's just like
But I
the rest
pray.
of the stuff. When you see a snake or something that's not ordinary, and then you kill it, and then it disappears,
Yeah.
bro. Yep, it's the same thing.
Oh no, man! The closest I want to see a snake, bro, is on Mutual of Omaha on TV.
Cousin, they don't even know that show. It's an old show. People here don't know that show. They probably know more
That was a good show, man.
Animal
Back in the
Planet
day.
or Anaconda.
Yeah, the Wild Kingdom.
Not Anaconda the song. Anaconda the movie. And somebody's talking about the Thunderbird here. Mr. Anderson, he says, my opinion of the Thunderbird is the worst spirit you can encounter of them all. But if that was the spirit of the Thunderbird we encountered in 77, it was causing all kind of chaos and havoc down there in the Rio Grande Valley in 1976. Not in the valley, even in Mexico.
I remember being in
And the only
Matamoros.
two other Thunderbirds I know is the Thunderbird the car and Thunderbird the drink.
Yeah, I remember Thunderbird, the car, and the drink. Because I was having one while driving the other. Lean back.
So I guess the Thunderbird wasn't that bad.
Neither was the car, man. That was a good damn car, man. The Thunderbirds, man.
He had a little picture of a Thunderbird on it.
I remember.
Whatever happened to a girl? I placed a link.
Sailor Nemesis. I have no idea.
Sailor Nemesis went. What happens when the ship leaves the dock? What's the word for that? When
I don't know,
the
man.
naval ship leaves the dock. She went ahoy. There you go.
Ahoy, hoy.
Mutual
Ahoy!
Omaha Life Insurance. Yep.
Mutual Omaha Life Insurance. Don't worry about Jim. He's just playing with the Wolverine right now.
Oh,
The
bro, do
Wolverine
you
is just
see?
scratching him a little bit. He'll be all right. We'll take him on the chopper to the hospital so they can stitch him back up. He'll be okay. Freaking Jim be getting attacked by the skunks, by the freaking Wolverines, by the Badgers.
She's like, Honey Badger, don't
Somebody
care.
says she's backstage.
He's waiting for you to click on her or something.
Okay, there. Well, there you go. I see her now. Sorry about that, Sailor Nemesis. I didn't know you were backstage. I see you now. There you are.
Oh, he's the Thunderbird. Pick up older ladies.
So the
If you
Thunderbird was
could,
Cougars.
picking up the cougars.
can you?
Picking up the cougars.
Let me see if I can change the format a little bit. I don't know.
Ah!
Hey,
¡Qué máscara!
hey, there you
¡Ah,
go.
qué máscara!
Oh my god.
Or
Is she under us, Abe? Because all I see is the
Yeah.
piece of the chest.
I see her nose.
Oh God!
Uh, I don't see her.
Oh, I see her. Yeah.
Okay, there she is. Let's see.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. I
Yeah.
can. What's
Okay.
up, Steven? Steven, welcome. There's the
There we
nemesis
go.
right there.
Is that a good one right there?
I can see her.
Or
She's duende size.
I guess
Good night, Chicken Dog. Rest well, my brother.
I'm the DDN over here, and you're the duenditos,
Lizard Raiders
Yeah.
forever.
See if I can do it this way. There we go. Or there we
I
go.
still I can't see nemesis. But Bandita says that's better. All right.
Is that better
Well, I
for
can
the
hear you.
audio?
We can hear you.
Stupid thing.
We have reached
Sorry
the
about
2 hour
the.
mark.
I'm working off my cell phone because my phone. I mean, we had a tree that landed on the power line. I mean, on the Wi-Fi, and it's not going to be fixed till tomorrow. Yeah, a big tree landed in the backyard, and it took out my Wi-Fi.
Madeline said to go back to the one before. Cousin. No, somebody's eating something.
That one.
Steven, you're
I
dealing
don't
with the
know.
smell
I
of
can hear.
stuff. You need
Okay.
penicillin, brother. Get to a hospital. You
Is
might
that
have the.
better? Oh.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. I had these headphones on. It's not echoing, right?
No, no
No,
echo.
not. It's not echoing.
Try eating
Okay.
a half a spoon of garlic, Steven. Of diced minced garlic or diced garlic, half a spoon. You gotta boost your immune system.
You need some penicillin for that BD, man.
Ew.
She sounds much better, Madeline. Okay. Sound check clear.
Um. Well, I guess one of the topics that I wanted to cover tonight would be like um how easy it is for people to mistake their own internal thoughts for um the thoughts that the demonic entities put inside your head, or what they call intrusive thoughts, which I think are just like from demons. um because it's something that I think is extremely prevalent, and it's incredibly easy to get drawn into that. So, what do you guys think about that?
All I know is you're hearing a voice in your head that is telling you to do stuff that you know is not moral and right. and you know it's got to be a demon because God and Jesus will not tell you to do anything like that.
No, that's exactly right. But what I'm saying is like it's not. Well, I think we all have our own like what it sounds like. You know, when we are thinking something and how good they are at disguising themselves as your own internal voice.
Hmm.
Like I have a story I'll tell in a little bit, but just as an example for anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, um one night I had heard something, a video or something about, Faustian bargains, like the ones that the musicians make and stuff, where they give up one of their family members for fame and riches or whatever. And I said it out loud. I said, I would never give up. I would never give up my aunt for that ever. And then I had a thought. It was so quick. The thought that it said, but what about your mom? She's pretty much dead to you anyway. What about her? What about giving her up? And like I rebuked it immediately. But it's just so quick. That's just so quick how they can get in your head and take hold of you and then just make you spiral from then on out. Then you give them an opening.
Well, you know, things like that happen, especially like Hollywood. That's what happened to Charlie Murphy. Charlie Murphy got sacrificed so that Dave Chappelle could come back.
Lately, I have heard recently that the Dave Chappelle from back in the day and the Dave Chappelle that's come about in the last like 5 or so years isn't the real one.
It's not. He was cloned.
Yeah, you can tell by just
He got
looking at
kidnapped.
pictures of him. Crazy.
Yep, yep. I agree with you.
Dick Richards, would you like to join Dick Richards in the conversation? Well, I don't know.
Well,
Go
hey,
ahead.
if
It's
Dick Richard
pretty.
wants to come on, Primo, I'll gladly get off, man. It's about that
Her,
time for me to.
All right, cousin. You can say your farewells if you want to, and if Dick Richard wants to jump on, we got an open share.
I hope you shaved your leg for the shows, Dick Richard. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming in. You know how we love having y'all here. As always, thank you for coming here and spending some time. That being said, good night, everyone. May the Lord protect you while you sleep, fill you with abundance in the morning, and all of your blessings may they come to you. Good night. Primo, I'll talk to you después, man. Nice to hear you.
take
Good
it
I
easy,
night,
know
man.
cousin
that.
Jesse.
Bye, Nemesis.
Que no show primo. There we go. And then it was three.
Her story sounds like your story, bro, about Martin Kafka on the
Yeah.
bike.
Well, I
And,
got
we know that
a
happens.
story I could tell. Um,
Okay, go
what
ahead.
am I not saying? Okay, so a little backstory about my aunt. Um, my aunt is she's
I'll be right back.
practically a saint. That's what I would call her because she's done more for me and been there for me in ways that my own mother hasn't. She's never drank, she's never done drugs, she doesn't cuss, and she works hard, on a farm. And so when she was I think it was 14 years old. It was after church one Sunday. And, she was just feeling like charged with the spirit and, told God, like, I'm ready to do whatever you want me to do. And recently, she had seen a program on TV or something that talked about this woman named, I think, Johnny Erickson Tata or something. I think that was her name. This woman that she like did a high dive off of a bridge and she ended up becoming a quadriplegic. And so that was a big fear of my aunt's, was ending up like that somehow, and how terrible that would be. So when she made that declaration out to, like, to God when she was 14, she said that the feeling that came over her was like, she felt it was the presence of the Lord, like, um because it's powerful. And she heard it said, you can't, you're gonna serve me, but you're gonna do it as a quadriplegic. And she said right then and there, just no, I'm not gonna do that. So, and basically, well, she still attended church and stuff with the family and went about her life normally, but she didn't try to dive deeper into her relationship with God. And like I said, she never like had substance abuse problems or nothing like that, but she said she just had crippling depression for many years until she was like 25 years old. And finally she's just like, I got to figure out something, cuz this isn't the way to live. And this is going to be funny, but she went to a Kenneth Copeland, what is it called? Like a
Retreat.
I can't think. Yeah, a meeting. It was just for like one day, um, in a town about 2 hours away from here. And she said it helped her, but not like she needed. And she knew it was because she had pretty much kicked God out of her life, that she was feeling this way. And so she said that she made it a point to the people in the church, the women held a Bible study, once a week, and she said she made it a point for them to host it at her house just so that she would sit there and hear the word and try to participate. And um my grandparents found this other preacher. His name is Bob George. He was from Texas. I think he's passed away now, and I can't remember what exactly it was, but listening to that man helped
It's up
her.
on the link is up on the pinned where it says pinned. The link is in there. Dick Richards, or I can place it again. There you
And
go.
so finally she just got to the point where she was just like, okay, God, like, I don't want to feel like this anymore. Like, I want to reconnect with you, and whatever you have me do, I'll do. And she said it felt like a huge weight just came off of her. And listening to other ministries and stuff, she heard somebody else that had mentioned having an experience just like she did, but it was a man. And he said what he had heard was that his whole family was going to die in a car accident. And so he went through this same situation that she did, you know. And talking to her more about it, even though she had to live through all that depression for so many years, it's honestly like, thank God that she didn't agree to that, because when you have something demonic tell you you're going to get cancer, or your family member's going to die, or you're going to lose your job, you don't ever come into agreement with that. You have to
You have to,
rebuke it
yeah,
instantly, because if you don't, then that whatever they said is going to happen to you, because God is
or,
never going to tell you something bad like that.
or even if
He's
a
not.
thought comes in, or you see an image of something happen to somebody, you
Mhm.
type on and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name,
Exactly.
because they're trying to
And
use your how should I say?
authority.
Because yeah, well, they're trying to use your, because we're like, we're not in heaven, but we're like chosen children of God, so we have abilities also. So they're trying to use you, using your thought process. You know, if you see an image of something, you don't do nothing about it, then it gets some kind of I should a stronghold or what it was
Mhm.
showing you, but it's trying to use you.
Right.
Yes,
I just think it's funny that they hate us so much, but they need us to be able to do anything.
I'm trying to see who's that below us. I see somebody below us. How you doing? Who's that right there?
Who is
Is that
that?
Robert? I'm not
Talking about
sure.
me?
Yeah,
Yes.
you.
Even
Yeah, Yissel Missile.
Oh, okay. How you
Yeah, I'm
doing, brother?
Steve. Yeah, I'm
How
doing
you
good. I'm
doing?
doing good. Yeah, thanks for inviting me in.
What do you think about what she's talking about, brother?
Um, yeah, I agree with what she's saying. I do have something to add to that. That um, I was reading a Bermuda Triangle book earlier today by Charles Berlitz, and it started going into about ancestors and how we potentially have our ancestors' memories stored in our head, and like we have little access to it, but we do have access to it, and that might be something that these demonic entities despise, that we have this collective memory of being here and being in the present, where they're locked out of this experience. They're trying to basically hijack us to try to get a taste of what we're experiencing here in this life. So it's a I think a thing where the demonic preys on the, I guess, less enlightened. And I don't like using that word, but
Yes.
people who are like aware of their abilities, like the demons want nothing to do with, or they'll like heavily attack them at times too.
Yes.
Mhm.
Just to break them down, because they want to try to bring us down to that level. And yeah, it was a lot to think about today when I read that, and it makes sense to me that we have this collective memory of our ancestors, but we can only access it during certain times, or through meditation, or even astral projection while sleeping. So it's yeah, that's what I'm like diving into right now, and it's all pretty fresh to me. But I've been told I'm an old soul, and by multiple people, and I've actually thought a couple of years back that I could have been a soldier in the War of 1812, but I don't like really saying that too much. But I have a strong visceral reaction to seeing the White House being burned down, even just in like a documentary for like History Channel. Like it really affects me deeply. So I don't get that type of thing with Civil War. I'm a Civil War reenactor. I've been doing that
So
for
you believe
8
in
years.
reincarnation?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that way right now because I mean I feel like there's this connective tissue that a lot of people miss, but we do get signs from Father and all of that. We get we if we ask for guidance, we will receive it, but we do need to have discernment between like the demonic forces, like what Sailor was saying, where it's like a thought that comes in that you don't think about that too often, and it goes against what your character is about. And those intrusive thoughts sometimes are hard to fight. Like any substance abuse. Like
Yeah,
I used to drink alcohol. I'm like a year, 2.5 years clean.
that's
I'm not
great,
even
man.
keeping track. But yeah, like I'm so much more productive. It was keeping me down, and I have that addictive personality too. So like I don't have an off button, and so that's a good thing for me to be aware of. But I just need to cold turkey the alcohol, and I'm doing great, but I'm still like wanting to have some cannabis every now and then. I really got to not do that
Yeah,
because
that could be a spiritual opening, man.
yeah,
Uh, I, uh,
exactly.
I I don't do none of that, man. Man, this surface up. I can even go for a walk without the surfacing about me capturing on camera. I had planned to a year ago. Well, 2 years ago, I had planned to start exercising. Then so a weight fell on my toe, and my toe got messed up, and I had to wait for it to grow, and they cut a little piece at a time because I'm diabetic. So that finally grew, and the new nail came out. But then I try to go for a walk. I'm going for a walk. I'm exercising, doing a live video, and next thing you know, it feels like I'm carrying people on my shoulders because I feel very heavy from up on top. So by the time I finish like a mile, I walk home. All the bottom of my feet are bruised up, where it felt like I was carrying a rucksack on my back or something heavy on my back, on my neck area. So I have been going walking back out there. I guess if I do go, I have to wear a lot of protection, do a prayer, because they do come and try to. They always try to attack when you're doing something good, and exercising is good for you, for your body. So I do lift weights here in the house, but we all need that cardio. It's important to keep our immune system, boosted up. Uh, Cardio is very important, and that's what they're trying to stop me from doing is the cardio. Uh,
I used to do a lot of cardio myself. There were a few times where I'd just lay down on the sidewalk, and this would be like at night, and I'd look up in the sky at the stars, and I'd ask, like, if these if you're not stars, show me that you're not stars. Show me that you're there. And I've had like the stars do a bright flash and then do like a check mark, like a 90-degree turn
oh wow!
and fade away. And I've had that happen at least twice that I can recall at different times, where I just happened to look up in the sky the second time and did the same thing with the flash, like a camera flash, and then the check mark. So, I mean, I don't know. With the cardio, that's where I like experience that stuff going out running at night. So they're watching me, whatever's up there, or they're listening. They hear me. They hear my thoughts
Uh,
whenever I.
Sister Julia said, "I wonder why they attack apes so hard because of the works that I'm doing at nighttime in their time frame when they're supposed to be the strongest. I know Jesus Christ is with me 24/7, so I do the works in their time frame. Just like they go mess with people all throughout 24 hours. I don't care. I do it in their time frame, just to let them know that they're not as strong as they think they are over anybody because they are fallen. They will never make it back into the kingdom of heaven. Uh, And my mission or job here is to awaken my brothers and sisters, and that's exactly what I'm doing here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Never lose your faith and never doubt, because my group, I got attacked. Positive spirits. My Facebook positive spirits stopped growing, so I recreated it. Another one that got attacked again. Then I created Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, and here we are. I created it here on Facebook, then I created it on YouTube, and you got to have the faith and just follow the orders of the Heavenly Father. He'll guide you spiritually. Anything like what sister what she was talking about, the voices and stuff like that. Put that spirit to the test. Tie, bind, and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. Especially if it's coming at you in a negative way, trying to put negative things in your mind, or if it's trying to cause fear, because it's just trying to find an opening. I don't know if y'all been here for the past 2 days or 3 days. I've been showing a picture of me and my brother outside in front of our house, in front of my home. He was going home, and this seems to be a succubus appeared right in front of him. And he's got her mouth open, and you can see the eyes like he's trying to drain his spiritual energy. My brother, his neck had been hurting. He was having headaches. I had given him some aspirin, but now I know what was causing that was the succubus in front of him. And he said, "Man, I forgot to tie, bind, and rebuke." There was another thing that happened. Something appeared in front of him, and he didn't know what it was. It was flying real fast. He took like 5 steps back, and he ran towards the porch because he didn't know what it was that was trying to attack him. So he forgot to test that spirit. Tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. You got to test out the spirit, test out the voices, however they're trying to communicate with you, or whatever they're trying to do. You already know if it's an image that's bad and it's somebody rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name and pray for that individual, because your spirit is sensing what's around you and what the intentions are, or of the unclean spirits that are around you, which is not good intentions. So you pray, even if it's your enemy, even if it's your enemy, you got to pray for your enemy, man, because all that is it's a test of what we're going to do. But yeah, the spiritual warfare is very real.
I wanted to, because I mentioned in the chat before that I would tell this short story. It's almost like I feel as though when I'm being attacked in sleep, it's an ingrained reaction in me to call out for Christ. Because I used to, my ex would wake me up out of my sleep. I was getting heavily attacked when he lived with me, and he would wake me up, and I would be like quoting scripture. Well, after he left, like a few weeks after he left, I'm in my room and I felt that like something, or like multiple people. I felt like punches to my side, and then at one point I felt a hand grab my hair and yank so hard that it pulled my head back, further back into my pillow, and I just started saying Jesus, Jesus, and I felt hands like slapping me and trying to cover my mouth to shut me up, so that I couldn't say Jesus properly. But I just kept on and kept on, and eventually, like, they knew they couldn't shut me up, and so they fled. But yeah, I didn't see anything, but I definitely felt I definitely felt what was going on. And that's just, it's so important to have a relationship with Christ, and Christ is really the only way to get rid of these things. Because for another example, when I was a kid, like probably like 10 years old, I remembered one night I woke up and I just feeling scared. I don't know why, well, I know why now, but I was afraid. And I didn't know that much about God or anything back then. Um so I was just like, okay, I'm gonna think of like, of a meadow full of flowers and a butterfly flying, like to try to calm myself down and go back to sleep. So imagine this scene inside my head. I close my eyes and I see this little white butterfly that's flying above the flowers. And all of a sudden, a clawed foot just came down and just smashed that butterfly. And I don't remember like what happened after that or what I did after that, but people will say, oh, well, you can get those negative thoughts away if you just think positively. Well, the foot smashing the butterfly is an obvious sign to me that just nice thoughts and pretty words aren't gonna get the job done. You need Jesus.
Yes.
That makes me think that like we have this ability to create these like scenarios, and like what you said with the butterfly, but it seems like these entities can also add into like we're all playing in a sandbox here, it seems. But like they have a little bit of a say in it too, if that makes any sense. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. Like they're able to manipulate and screw with things.
Like they saw that you were having that good thought of the butterfly and they wanted to manipulate, they wanted to corrupt it, and they
Right.
did.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when I was, still a child. So it really disgusts me how they pick on children so bad, so terribly. The children that don't know how to fight or what to do, and they're just subjected to all this garbage.
Yeah, they're always trying to plant negative seeds. And it's happened to all of us, in some kind of way, shape, or form. It's happened to all of us somewhere in their lives that the planting negative seeds. It could have been during their childhood, but that's when it normally starts. As soon as we're born, they try to put a seed of corruption there to misguide you from the path that you're supposed to be living, misguide you from having a relationship with Jesus Christ. That's what they do. I remember a lot of incidents like that when I was growing up, where it was it felt to me like they were trying to get me to, instead of have love in my heart, to have hate and anger. Especially when there's physical abuse. Like you're getting hit physically every day. That's not teaching you love. That's teaching you abuse. And that's there's a lot of people that in the times of the '70s was a lot different than it is now. And that's how I grew up. And but I had to find my way, how I want to be, what makes my heart feel good. I know how it feels to have a heart that's got anger, hatred, vengeance, you name it.
Mhm.
Not a good feeling. This is like a roller coaster ride that never ends, and you're like, man, when is things going to change for me? Well, the only way things can change for anybody would be for them to make a change, and the change will be like, well, I don't want to be this way. I want to feel what a love foundation is, and that's when you get away from the hatred, the anger, the vengeance, and you have a relationship with Jesus Christ. You forgive the people that planted negative seeds and were and influenced in a negative way, that they were placed there to plant this negative seed. So you forgive those individuals and anybody else that's come up against you in a negative way. So like that, you have no more vengeance. Which when you forgive, this forgiveness is part of love, which that severs any generational curses. It severs the demons attached through those generational curses. It comes from the beginning of time. It severs those negative seeds, and the Heavenly Father blesses you with the spiritual gifts of discernment, which you're already going to have the Heavenly Love Foundation, but He's going to bless you and He's going to guide you spiritually. He's going to teach you, and it's a whole different feeling when you wake up with that Heavenly Love Foundation. It's an amazing feeling to have, being loved by the Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, and then you're doing the works that He's showing you to do, being obedient, and just try to get as many awakening many brothers and sisters as possible from the state of bondage from negative seeds that are being planted. There's many that they don't know who Jesus Christ is, even to this day, especially with everything placed in politics and in society. Is they want to erase history, so nobody
Right.
knows. So basically, they won't know the way to make it into the kingdom of heaven, in which the only way to make it through the kingdom of heaven is through Jesus Christ.
Mhm.
And then you see, pay attention to the news, pay attention to the schools, and you see what they're trying to do. They're trying to corrupt their children. But we're not having that. We got to fight spiritually and teach the proper way of how to be able to fight the good fight spiritually. Of course, is through Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and not enough people are speaking out about that, and I think a lot of people confuse speaking out about including Jesus Christ in curriculum in schools, everywhere where these children are being raised. Like these things don't have to be like shouted in anger at board meetings, but they need to be like presented and like stated, just put out there. Like you don't need to get, because I've gone to a lot of these government village board meetings and all that, and school board meetings, library board meetings, and people get really caught up in their emotions there. But if you're trying to get the message of God out to people, I mean, these some of these board members try to cut you off from speaking.
I
Yeah,
saw a
They're like
video
keep,
of that
yeah,
where the woman
yeah,
was saying she was saying a prayer. I don't know if it was her child that they transitioned without her permission. I don't know if it was that woman's child, but I know she started to read a prayer, and immediately everybody in that hall just started going berserk. But she
hmm
persevered, she didn't care, and just kept going. And she got that entry. By what she said, she was able to give Christ an entry into that room and into the hearts of those people, whether they want to believe it or not. Like, because I noticed they didn't cut her microphone off until after she had said Jesus and finished what she was saying. But also, my aunt was in elementary school, I think, when they had um taken prayer out of schools. And she told me that she came into class one morning, and that her homeroom teacher was just sobbing, crying. And then, she found out that they weren't allowed to pray anymore. And I remember I was in first grade, and I had gotten this little book at Sunday school, and so I brought it with me, you know, to read during silent reading time in my class. And for some reason, the teacher decided to walk up to me. You know, I never gave any trouble or nothing. Walk up to me. She saw what I was reading, took it out of my hand, and started flipping through it. And she told me, "You can't have this here."
Wow.
One more thing, I had also heard, I'm not sure where it was here in the US, but about the after school Satanist club
Wow.
They
that
have
they were
there's
allowing to go on.
yeah, there's one over here in Illinois, like about an hour west of me. I want to. It's not Naperville. It's around St. Charles. They had a school that like it was allowed to happen. They have like the Satanism group after school, and like they had a bunch of protests against it, but they still followed through with it. They're like First Amendment BS. But then you can't criticize other nations, of course. You can go to jail in other countries for criticizing other nations. It's really messed up. We're going to get to the point where you can't speak Jesus Christ in a public setting, and then that's when we know what things are getting real bad. But we got to persevere through this stuff. But that's
I
where we're
heard
headed.
in England or in London that it is actually a crime now over there to speak. I don't know if it's about
In Canada.
Christ specifically,
Canada.
but it's something. And
Yeah, Canada, I
yeah,
think.
you'll go everything usually starts off overseas. So whatever goes on in Europe eventually makes its way here. So it's only a matter of time from what I have heard.
Yeah, we'll be all admonished. We're going to be cast out being believers in Jesus Christ. And that's just the way it's going to go. Like society is going to be left behind by us, but it's going to seem like the other way around. Like they're casting us out. But like I said, we just need to stay strong.
Spiritual
Yeah,
warfare.
yeah, Nemesis. I think I heard something about that on the news. That they don't. You won't be able to pray over your food in restaurants. You can't mention the name of Jesus Christ, and they were going to try to pass it and make it into a law. And I think in London it was, but they can't stop you from praying mentally. They can stop you from saying it with your lips, but you can still pray mentally. They can't get you for that.
Was it Canada that they had this elderly lady? They arrested her because she was just silently praying outside of an abortion clinic. Like I heard this happen
I heard
somewhere,
about that. I'm not sure where.
and that they just got released past like several weeks ago.
Wow.
It's just crazy stuff. Like she wasn't even speaking the prayers. She was just standing there with her rosary and silently praying, and the police came up on her and arrested her and took her away, jailed her. So like that's happening in other countries. It might start happening here if like the way things are going. And it's also prophesized in the Bible that's we're gonna come to that point at a period of time. And I'm not trying to like induce fear in anybody. It's just more of a
No, you're telling the truth, and people need
it's
to
an
hear the
accepted
truth.
fact. Yeah.
Right.
It eventually that's where it's going to lead to, and we just need to be strong in our convictions in Jesus Christ and Father, and that's just the way it is.
We will
Something that
overcome them
Maddie
through
said
Jesus
in the
Christ.
chat was, you know, Christianity, even though I don't like to label myself a Christian, like, you know, I just say a follower of Christ, like, because the Christianity, the message has been harmed by idiots. But Jesus Christ is the only religious figure that people are openly allowed to mock and make fun of. I remember years back there was they held a an event that was like a Draw Muhammad contest, and the event ended up getting shut down because they got so many terrorist threats and calls in that that people were going to shoot up the place, um and how dare they think that they can draw Muhammad, but they can openly mock Christ in all the disgusting, despicable ways that they do. But I don't see any other religious figure that catches that much flack. So that right there should show people, you know, what's going on here.
I think I don't know, somebody viewed that video when I was recording out there that the winds were pretty strong. There was this thunderstorm coming, but there was this bird up in the air that was flying in place. You know, even though the winds were strong, it wouldn't move from that area. It looked pretty cool in the video. I will have to I don't know if I recorded it or not, but I was looking at the bird. It was just flying. You know, the storm. There was some tornado, or the sirens were going off yesterday and stuff like that. Bad storm that came through, and the bird was just flying in place through the strong winds, like it wasn't afraid or nothing. You know, you got to stay calm within the chaos because Jesus Christ has everything under control.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's very true. I have a lot of moments, or have had in the past, where that fear came up, and it feels like it's trying to force me to make a choice between things. And that's when you need to just like step back and be like, all right, like I know something's trying to influence my decision here. What is something that what is it that I want? What is it that our creator wants? And how, just discernment.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you
It's
for letting me
something a
speak
lot of
so
people
freely too.
lack.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I feel very comfortable here speaking with all you. So I thank you for that.
There's no
Yeah, it's
problem.
always nice to have people that are in the same, you know, on the same wavelength. And I
Yeah.
had seen Mr. Anderson, is that what his name is, in the chat, and a week ago or so when he was on, I had some words for him, um so I wanted to just take that time to say them now. Well, not words, but a few things. Um you know, all the different stuff that him and Abe were discussing was very interesting, um, in a lot of ways. And, you know, I've had similar interest when it comes to, you know, learning more about, you know, the fallen angels and the Nephilim and, you know, everything that we are dealing with. You know, one thing my dad always said was to know your adversary, and I think it's a serious disservice that the church has done to have people thinking that there's only one enemy, you know, and that being Satan, which is technically Lucifer. You know, that's what people think. There's just this horned being that runs around causing chaos, and they don't realize that is one small part of a huge army that's waging war on humanity. And that being said, it's important when you are looking into those types of things to, you don't want to bring any sort of glory or worship, and worship in the sense of, letting it occupy your mind for any other, there's no other reason to learn about it than to know what you're up against, what their attack strategies are, and how you can defeat them and bring glory to the kingdom of God. So I just felt like that was important for him to know. Is like, just a cautionary thing, like, just be careful, because like I had said earlier, it just takes one little inch for for them to get their foot in the door, and once they have that foot in the door, it's hard to force that door shut, and you probably go through some crap while you're trying to shut them
Oh
out.
yeah, especially if you have a spiritual opening or spiritual openings,
Mhm.
they'll come at full force trying to attack you, destroy you, whatever that's their main goal is to destroy us. Just like they were I call them the DDN, just about demonic. Just like they were destroying when they were Nephilim, destroying all of God's creations, mankind. That's why the earth flooded. But they're not here. And people, call it unclean spirits, demons. But I call them the DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim. If people think they're friends, no, they're not your friends.
Mhm.
They dislike us. They dislike because that wasn't created by God. They were created by the Watchers. But that's a whole different story. I'm just saying, you got to be careful because they know what you're thinking. They know what's in your mind. They know what your fears are, your strengths are, your weaknesses are. They know everything about you. So you got to test uh, not just the spirit if it manifests, but you got to test the disembodied voices or disembodied thoughts that come to your mind. You have to test that spiritually. What I do if a bad thought comes or an image, bad image, I type under because Jesus Christ's name and I say, leave me alone because they're trying to find a way in.
Right, because they have so many people fooled already, and those people have given up their authority that we have in Christ. They've given it up. So those entities are then allowed to use that authority to wreak havoc. And that's what they're doing.
Oh yeah, they've called me many names when I go investigate by myself. I mean, the cuss words that they say and they say the names of old that people say that they're very evil entities, but when you have Jesus Christ in there with you, backing you up, can't be afraid of anything that was from the past or anything that's in the present because when you have Jesus Christ and the heavenly love foundation, you can overcome that unseen enemy. The heavenly Father is not going to put you in a situation that you can't handle because he knows how who you are as an individual. But basically is test the spirit. Whatever is in front of you, whether it could be a friend of yours, right, that might not be acting themselves and they're being mean to you and they're trying to get underneath your skin. And think about it as this because it happened to me many times. And I was like, wait a moment, they're not acting normal. There's something wrong with them. And then I put it to the test. I'll use the Heavenly Love Foundation. I'll be like, hey, I love you, man. Let's go get something to eat. And when I say I love you, the unclean spirit that was in him jumped out of him and my friend became normal. So, whatever rude thing they were saying or whatever to me, they became normal. Like if nothing, they were like, okay, man, let's go, buddy. And I don't hold it I don't hold it against them because it was the unseen force that whatever opening my friend might have had, then when we go eat or whatever, I'll sit down, hey man, well tell me what's going on with your life. And that's when I find out what the opening is. And then I tell them, Hey, well, you gotta be careful with this, and this. Give them spiritual advice. But I've seen it happen all the time. There was one of my bosses. He was always real happy in the mornings with a smile, and he's like, we're doing some stretches, and then this day, man, he was just going off on me, like for no reason. I'm freshly out of the military, and in my mind, the Spanish me is like, what's the matter with this pendejo? But I didn't want to think that way. So he's just going off on me constantly. I'm like, man, I'm not in the military no more. I don't have to take this crap of this individual. But then I seen something spiritually. I seen something shift in his face. And then I seen it shift again in his face. I said, ah. And I looked at him as he was cussing at me. I looked at him. I said, God bless you. Man, when I say God bless you, the unclean spirit took off. And then he looked at me and he gave me a big old smile like he would does every morning. He said, God bless you too, brother. Have a, and I went to work. But, you got to pay attention. That's why I created this group, Spiritual Gifted Guns, to bring awareness to people that it's not necessarily the people that you're facing, it's the unseen enemy that's using people to come up against you to see what you're going to do, if you're going to falter. So they could have an open to attack you. This DD and unclean spirits, whatever you want to call them, they're very mischievous. They'll try to find an opening. That's why you got to tie binary book in Jesus Christ's name, or you're going to say, I love you. You can say, God bless you. And you see, if anybody ever gets placed in that, it could be a loved one, right? Family member. Put that to the test. That spirit will say, God bless you, say, I love you, but it's got to be meant that you're truly saying that to them, right? You're going to see that whatever was there is going to be gone. And I do this a lot. Spiritual warfare, very real, brothers and sisters. I let the floor for anybody else, whoever wants to speak.
I say I love you to my plants that I have in my house here, and they're thriving. Like I have a couple of Thai chili pepper plants that I planted last year. Like it's been a whole year, and they're still producing peppers. But every time
Awesome.
I cut every like red pepper off. Before I cut it, I say thank you, I love you, out loud, and then I snip the peppers off. And so it's been thriving, and I just randomly say I love you to like the little sprouts that I have going
Yeah.
and everything. Because I mean I've looked into that, like plants know their owners, I guess, the ones that take care of them, that water them, they know when they're away from the house and when they're coming back, almost like a dog would.
Yes.
So I really take that seriously, and it's yielding me a lot of spicy peppers. So, and I
My
have
aunt actually does that with our orchard. She goes out and talks to the trees and encourages them to grow and stuff. And um, one thing, if you don't do this, you should, is to claim the blood of Christ over your plants. It's so important to do that. I do it with my animals. I claim the blood of Christ over the soil, over our farm equipment, over our vehicles, just to give that extra layer of protection, because that's what these things do: steal, kill, and destroy. So if there's something you love that doesn't have that protection over it, they're going to target that. And I just wish that more people knew how important that was to do. And then
yeah,
maybe we can do this next time. The next open mic night is the first time I saw anything weird happening on YouTube was about a month ago. And I was actually, I was watching your show, Abe, during one of the lives, and
Yes.
all of a sudden the audio just got like hijacked, like this
Yeah.
weird static, and it said my name in the audio, and I was like, oh no, 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 like rebuked it. And then there was the second thing was what happened like a week or two ago with Wolf, when remember when that circle like and spiral started spinning in the middle of the screen.
Oh,
And
yes, I remember.
yeah, there was that. And then the other night I was on watching another live stream that is regarding like spiritual stuff, and we were discussing um, how the how music has been hijacked, and how the different symbolisms and like, for lack of a better word, I don't know what it is, when you're dealing with music, but um the
It hurts
host was
free.
talking about these R&B songs from back in the day. Like, it sounds like the singer is talking about their partner, a man or a woman. Well, if you listen closer to the lyrics, it some of it is just a straight ode to Satan. That's who they're talking about. There's oh, my shining star and all this crap. And so he played this one song, and I can't remember what it was. I recorded this stream though. Um and as soon as I wrote in the chat, I said tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Christ, and the host said audibly, he said a succubus. All of a sudden, just it was insane. It was like the like an old time radio, the static, and just the disruption. Like, we couldn't hear the host anymore of the show. It was just straight up static, and in that static I was hearing growls, roaring, all sorts of crap. And so, like I said, I had recorded it, so I still need to go through the audio. But everybody in the chat was calling upon Christ and rebuking it, and that probably went on for about 15 to 20 minutes. They had, the entities had hijacked this live stream, and even when the host got back on, he said there is no way that should have happened. It didn't make sense. And then that's the only time I've heard of that happening. And then the other day, someone else I was listening to, it started doing that on their stream for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's
And
happened on Brenda's
crazy.
channel, Beyond the Box. When Susie starts talking about like very spiritual things, or when she's had messages directly given to her by God, her stream just starts going out. And it's only at certain parts of the story where she's talking about these things. And she tries to go over it a second time, and the same thing happens with the glitches, the audio glitches.
Mm-hmm.
It's really bizarre, but it does happen, and it's been consistent with certain topics that is discussed. I've only noticed it over there because I don't watch too much of on my own here because I'm also running my own channel. I don't really watch too much, and I'm here hanging out with you guys now. But
Yeah, I see you got your channel. I don't think I've been on your channel, but I think I'm subscribed to your channel.
awesome, yeah. I mean, I'm talking about the Bermuda Triangle right now,
Yes, yeah.
and just other the monolithic structures and ancient civilizations. I'm getting into all that stuff now too. But
So what do you think about the magnetic interference that they have, this DDN or anything that's demonic in nature, that cause all kinds of activity to happen to, like she was talking about, to
Yeah, what's
wait a minute.
DDN again? I did see it mentioned in the chat.
I just it,
Disembodied demonic Nephilim.
yes, basically the just the origins where they come from, which they were created by the Watchers. They were Nephilim, but then they got destroyed by the flood, so they're just disembodied as disembodied demonic Nephilim, because they were the Nephilim at one time. But they bring a lot of magnetic interference when it comes down to equipment.
There's
They,
there's a ley line grid around. I don't know if you want to say around on this plane. There's like this symmetrical
areas,
grid.
yes,
Yeah, and there's something saying that like it could have been man-made, like a man-made grid, or from these Nephilim. If they built these ancient cities, I
or
mean,
what people call the Anunnaki,
yeah,
right?
like how these measurements were like the Bermuda Triangle. There's so many like straight lines where there's like magnetic interferences at certain parts in the land. Was that put in there by other beings? I don't know, but I'm open to that idea of it because it would give more glory to God if it just was symmetrical on its own. Just like looking at some of the like Amazonian animals that you could see, like the insects and the birds, like just beautiful colors. Like what? Just why?
Mhm.
There's no. It's like it's so intellectually put together by creator that like, and then I just never thought to expand it into like that we may have architecture that's built that's buried underneath, and the magnetics might actually be something to do with that too. I don't know if they're like nefarious to like open up portals, but there is a bit of like I guess a gray area where there's time slips
Yeah,
where people from different time periods can be existing in the same space,
yes,
and it's almost like a fog. It comes and goes. It happens at Gettysburg. I've heard a lot of stories about
yeah,
Gettysburg. People think there's the reenactors walking down the road, and it's like no, nobody's come through here this whole time. It's like, well, who
yeah,
did I pass?
yeah.
Good night,
My
Dick
loader, his
Richards.
father was a historian, and he would tell me the stories of just like that. That he was he was a historian of Gettysburg, and he was the soldiers who would come up to him and stuff, but there were ghosts, and they disappear, and sounds of the battlefield. You could hear the mourning of the people that are injured or screamings and all kinds of activity. Uh, and that in Gettysburg, a lot of activity in that area. Supernatural or paranormal activity. Spill blood, man. Spill blood that's there. And if they didn't pray for the souls or for the people and did the proper burials, their souls could still be there as fragmented souls in that area. That's why there's so much activity. But then you have to be careful also, because if there was spilled blood, then other things could be there. There could be mimicking voices, could be taking manifestations. So, like I say here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, test the spirit of whatever you're witnessing. If it's a spirit that's going to make it into the needs help, you can do a little prayer. But you feel, if your hairs are standing up, there's magnetic disturbance around you, you're seeing the manifestation, put it to the test. Type on a rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, see what happens. If it vanishes, then you know what it was. It wasn't a spirit of a person. It was something that was mimicking an appearance of a person.
I believe that happens while we sleep as well.
Oh yes.
Like departed loved ones being alive in our dream state, I think some of those are entities mimicking our loved ones, trying to almost like we're doing reconnaissance, trying to
Mimicking. Yeah.
trying to get our guard down and like I don't know whatever secrets they're trying to get from us. Like that's the time they try to do it.
I think Jack, bro there, he's been having something like that happening to him. I don't know if he's still awake.
Yeah, yeah. I kept on hearing my daughter's voice telling me that she loves me, and it was making me depressed. And then when I came out of his house, then I got jumped by that spirit or whatever it was, succubus, and it was trying to get my energy.
He just lost. He lost his daughter about 3 weeks ago, right, bro?
Yeah,
Has it been three
Sorry to hear
weeks?
that, man.
like a month now.
Sorry
A
to hear,
month
man.
now. A month now.
It's
And
okay. She's with God. You can tell him the story, bro.
no, well, she took her life, but after that, we did it. We prayed when we were praying. Well, we could tell it better, brother, because you witnessed it when we prayed that night when everything
Mhm.
happened. You know, he came to my house because his work is not that far away. But go ahead, bro. Tell him the story what we did
Yeah,
when you
we
got the phone call.
yeah we the police came to my job and told me what happened. I didn't believe it. Uh, so then I came to his house and told him, "Come on with me." So then we went to the house, and I saw that the vehicle was gone. So then I knew that it was true. And uh, so when we went back to his house, I told him we needed to pray for her soul, and we prayed for her soul. And I believe that when we pray, that God hears us. And when I opened my eyes, the clouds opened in a portal, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30, 4 o'clock. It was still night. There was no light outside, but I saw the clouds open, and where the clouds opened, it was all lit up, and I saw her there, and I told him, "Look, there she is. She's in the clouds." I didn't need to see that. I already believed it in my soul that when we prayed that God would save her, but He decided to do that sign for us, and I know that she's safe. And I know that when the voice that I was hearing that was telling me that she loved me wasn't her because she's with God. And then that's what was making me depressed. And then my neck had been hurting already. That was on the second day. And then when we walked out of his house, that's when uh, that thing was trying to get me.
Tell him about what you were hearing at your house during the time frame of the first week. A lot of activity.
Yeah, I
What
would
you
hear
were hearing.
tap on the window, and then uh, I had heard some noises on the roof, but I prayed, and then that went away.
Then you heard
And
somebody running in the yard, the footsteps, and
I heard like footsteps.
somebody laughing.
That's why I brought you over here so you could see something
Yeah.
was. But everything is good. Uh,
Yeah, I wanted to ask if you thought that was some positive message that you were receiving by hearing and seeing those things, or if you think something negative was going on with those.
the the footsteps or the clouds.
The footsteps. I'd see the clouds as being positive, but like the footsteps.
The footsteps is just the same thing that we always have heard from since we were kids. We would hear that, but that's because of the people who do witchcraft. So yeah, that's nothing new with the footsteps. We already know if you pray, and that it has to go away. It can't stay.
I think
But
Yeah.
one.
the
Go
thing
ahead.
is, you gotta type by and rebuke it. But when we were kids, this would happen to us, like he says, a lot. Because who teaches their kids about all of this stuff and what to do and how to pray, and that you might have to be facing these things in this world? I know I didn't, and I talked to my daughter about God and about Jesus, but I didn't prepare her for all of this. I was hoping that by moving away, by not being where I got raised, that things will be different. But no, I should have talked to her more about God. And I know it's not my fault, but I feel like I should have talked to her more about God and prepared her for all of this, because uh she was
So
we were depressed because we had lost her mother, and then we lost her brother, and then we were depressed, so we went into all of this.
He lost
But
3 family members within 6 months.
what matters is that her soul is saved, like I said, and the footsteps and all that. I just pray and rebuke it, and everything is good. And then I take other precautions, like buy some rosemary bushes and put them on the entrances. And I see that some people have wind chimes. Sometimes wind chimes, when they go off, it disrupts the demonic frequency or whatever. It helps keep things away sometimes too. So
Sister Madeline says, "I'm sorry, Jack. You can't be too hard on yourself." A
yeah,
lot of people were saying my condolences.
I'd like to share. I have two stories to share about this. I had I had a saxophonist that I used to film video for. He was in a band, and he took his own life. He left a note for his wife. He had a wife. He had a dog. He had a motorcycle, a boat. He had a house of his own. I would have never thought that he would do something like that. And even I was thinking, like, man, if only I was like spending more time hanging out with them and filming, maybe we could have avoided that. But he had also lost his dad a year or two prior to that, along with one of his brothers, and those were freak accidents. So uh, I don't know if that just crept up on him, but he he made the decision on his own, didn't tell anybody about it, didn't let anybody know that anything was wrong. So, like what Abe was saying earlier, just saying, God bless you, good morning, how are you doing? I think that really does make a difference. But how are we to know, like, who needs that help? So we just need to be very mindful of what we say to others. But my other story I wanted to tell, and I said it on your show here before, Abe. My cousin was involved in a double murder suicide. Her husband killed her and then killed himself. They shot. He shot her multiple times and then went into another room and shot himself. And their children were in the house at the time. They didn't see it, but her brother brought me to the house after all that happened to collect physical media, because I do eBay reselling, and I brought home two bins, like two totes with me of Legos, and the the lid kept. It looked like someone went and flipped it off. It was upside down. This happened multiple times after I brought it home. And another night, I had walked in from being out looking for inventory at the stores, and it sounded like someone was talking in another room further in the house. And I made it through the first room, and I got through the archway, didn't hear anything anymore, but I thought it was a TV or like the computer that was just left on or something. There was nothing on. And it sounded to me like it was an older woman that was deep in conversation. And so eventually, like the lids kept being flipped off. I kept putting stuff on top of it. It kept being flipped off. So I went and spoke out loud to my cousin, and then I spoke to her. I'm like, look, I know what happened, and I'm sorry it happened. We didn't know it was going to happen, but the stuff that I have here that's yours, I plan to give it new homes so that it didn't end up in the trash, because that's most likely where it would have been. And after that, the activity stopped. The bin lids stopped being flipped off, and I haven't heard any like disembodied voices anymore in the house, thankfully. But I had to have that outward conversation, even if I felt a little silly at first doing it. But once I completed that conversation, it's like it cleared the air here. And yeah, I have to also just advise people to make sure like you bless everything that you take home from like thrift stores too, because a lot of that stuff is from deceased relatives and all that. We don't know where all this stuff's coming from. They're cleaning out estates that like they have estate sales, and then at the end they put on Craigslist all free leftovers from the estate sale, and then people just go and they divvy everything up. And so then you have these thrift stores like there's
People
Volo
also
Auto
bring
Museum.
cursed objects to them on purpose because they're sick. Weirdos.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just be very cautious with what you bring home, I guess is what I'm trying to say with that second one. But that was something that was really close to home with me, with my cousin. And that was really, I mean, it's I don't know how else to say it, other than it turns your world upside down. Everything that you were thinking was going on, it's like, well, now you have to change gear. And thankfully their children are being well taken care of. Their uncle, I believe, took them in, and they're away from that house now. I think that house has been sold already. But yeah, it's just we can only do so much, and I'd say just don't beat yourself up over these things, because like the band member that I thought was doing fine, that I was filming for, he obviously wasn't. But how are we to have known? We can't beat ourselves up over it. But I think you got the signs that you needed to know that your daughter had moved on, and that she wasn't indebted to what we're told. You take your life, then
Yep.
then you don't have access to heaven. But
Yep.
apparently that's not true.
I believe, just like you believe, that uh, we're born here, and this is God is waiting for us with His arms open, and we're like, this is a battlefield. It's like a football field. He's waiting on the other side with His arms open. He already knows we're His children, and He loves us, and He wants us with Him, and He's waiting. But we have to go through all this stuff to get to Him. Plus, all these things that we're going through, and I believe, like you said, I believe that um, in this life we have to learn things. God wants us to learn things, and if we learn the things, we get to go to another. There's a lot of things He wants us to learn in this life, and if we don't learn the things, we have to come back. That's when we get reincarnated. Then we have to do it right. It's just like almost like school. you fail, you stay in the same grade, you don't pass. But in the end, he'll get us to ascend. But the people that when we get reincarnated, we're gonna meet the same souls that we met before in their previous life. We just don't recognize them. But there's some people that do recognize things and remember something from the past.
Yeah, I was actually talking about that earlier
Yeah,
today.
because I remember, and I've always remembered that got killed somewhere where there was some steps and some lions, and I got shot over and over, and I always had that ever since I was a kid, and I was always wondered. I was like, is that where I'm gonna die, or what is that? But I remember that.
You make me recall some like a dream that I had many years ago, where it felt like I like fell forward and I was on like a spaceship deck with like these doors that were coming down, kind of like Indiana Jones, and I couldn't get past the doors, and it felt like that was it. And then I woke up, and I don't know if that's a past memory or just something that I creatively made up while I was dreaming. It's hard to say, but like that feeling of helplessness that felt real in that dream. Like like life was ending in that moment. It was just really weird. It doesn't happen often like that. Most
Yeah,
of the time when I'm dreaming, I'm first person. I'm walking around doing things. Sometimes I'm just chilling, and I don't think too much of my dream state these days. But I have my guard up because I know that there's these entities out there like snooping around.
yeah. So that what after we prayed and we saw that, that helped me. And then the next thing, I still felt that big old hole in my chest because I don't have anything. Nobody left. I had a house with people in it, and now nobody. But and that hole didn't go away till 2 days later. I woke up and I prayed and I thank God for everything that He gave me, for letting me be a husband and a father, and letting me see my kid grow up, and letting me experience that. And I thanked Him for everything. And then that's when the hole went away. After I thanked Him in that prayer, the big hole that I had in my chest went away after that. And then that made me feel a lot better. And I know that God is with me, and He's always been with me. Just like my brother said, we were there when we were playing in the little mud puddle when we were small, and we were playing with the worms. And then the mud fell and the fish came out. I don't know if you said this story, bro.
Yeah. Well, a long time ago, but you
Yeah,
could say it.
yeah. And the ground, it was just a little mud puddle, and the ground was like maybe 3 inches, and then there's the top of the ground. But I could see a lot of water with a lot of pressure going through there, and I stuck my finger in there, and I could feel the faucet. It felt like a faucet. It had a lot of pressure like that, and but the ground is right there. So where's the water going? But anyway, we got two fish out of there, and then the big one went back in and got away. And then
W-
I
Yeah,
wanted
we
to
were
make
praying. I think
yeah,
I had prayed because my brother said, "I wish we had some fish to play with." So I prayed to the
and
Heavenly Father to bless us. I wanted him to get blessed with a fish, but it was more than one fish that came out. It was two fish, right, bro?
yep. And
Two
so
fish came out. One for him
I
and one for
always
me.
I always remembered that all my life, and so I knew that God was with me or is there, because only God could do that.
And my mother was like, get out of the
Yeah,
puddle."
she didn't pay us no attention. She didn't
And we said,
realize.
we're
She
playing
never
with
asked
fish.
where
And
we got
she's
the
like, "There's
fish,
no
what
fish in
happened.
there. Get out of the puddle." And we played all afternoon there in the valley. It's hot. We're playing with the fish all night. And then what happened to the fish, cousin? I mean, bro, what happened to the fish?
I don't remember. All
When
I
the
know is
sun set,
we
they
got
went
him.
back inside the hole where they came out. They went back into the hole. His went in the hole, and then the one I had went into the hole. And my brother was trying to dig him out of there and took all the water out of the puddle. And then he started digging and digging and digging, trying to find the fish, and we never found them. But it's because we prayed for the Heavenly Father for to bless us to play with some fish. He gave us the blessing, so he made the fish go away. The Heavenly Father is amazing, man. Trust me, the power of prayer is very important through the spiritual warfare. He listens and he acts to your prayer. So if you think you're alone, you're never alone because he's always with you. Or should I say he's always with us.
But yeah,
So
that's what
we
was when I prayed and I gave thanks for letting me be with, letting me be a husband, letting me be a father, and seeing my child grow. That's what, and then I know that he's here with me, and that all that a parent ever wants is for his children to be safe, and I know she's safe in his hands, and I believe that I'll see her again, even her mother in the next life. But yeah,
and
this
we
is a battlefield, and we have to get to the other side, and all these things are trying to distract us and lead us astray and attack us, and in all kinds of ways. But they're there to see if we're gonna fall. But that's the thing. If you believe in Jesus and God, He'll carry you. He's carried me so many times during my life. I should have been dead many times over, but I'm still here. And why? Because He has something for me to do still.
Yeah, I've drank so much in the past. I've
Yep.
had incidents where I woke up in the hospital,
Yep.
and and it's just like yeah, I asked myself that too. Obviously, I have work still to be done here, so
Yep.
that's why that wasn't the end for me.
You know, I want to tell you a couple of things. I got run over by a suburban one time. I've lost count after 15 car accidents. And then one time I drank a half a glass of bleach by accident. I'm not going to get into it. And then another time I ate some raw chicken, a sandwich. I thought it was a cooked chicken and just heat it up in the microwave, but no. But anyway, like I mean, I'm living proof. A lot of people are living proof. They just don't ever think about it. But if you really think about it, because some people say, I'm like, yeah, God will tell you. And they're like, I don't hear God's voice. I'm like, He's there. It's just real low. The more that you listen to it, the stronger that it gets.
gotta have faith and believe
Yep.
to communicate
And
with him.
yep. That's all He wants is just like you guys are talking to us and we're talking to you. That's what He wants. That's what He's always wanted. Like I said, He's on the other side with His arms open and He's waiting for us. But we
Uh,
have. This is what He told me a long time ago. He told me. I said it. I prayed. I was like, "What if my wife leaves me? What if my wife stays?" And all this. And for all my questions that I had, He told me that for me to keep my eyes on Him. He said it doesn't matter. He said keep your eyes on me. Be- He's the one that's gonna carry you. Yep.
We're
You know,
going
there
on
was
for 3 hours and 34 minutes. Wow. Go ahead, brother.
yeah, I was just gonna mention, just based on my research of the Civil War, like there were brother versus brother in some instances, but during that time in the 1860s, these people were not trying to kill each other. They would wound each other in battle, and then they would go out into the field and help them and bring them to the medics. They'd take care of each other. And sometimes they would even just decide not to fight. So they're like, we instinctively don't want to like butt heads and kill each other. So it's kind of like, even in like these worst circumstances such as war, we're still trying to avoid that and stay here a little longer and be here together. And like nowadays, modern warfare, like forget it, it's a completely different thing. And there's people who do like actually killing other people, and it's not good, and that's probably part of with the demonic influence. But I thought that was really interesting that the people back 160 years ago were still trying to just avoid all of that. They just wanted to live their daily lives. They went into that war thinking it was only going to be 2 weeks, and ended up being 4 years. So they thought they could just go in and push the other army out and be all nice and clean. But a lot of them, they they lost lives due to sickness, not necessarily from battle, and injuries. They had to chop limbs off. Like, it was really brutal, and I'm sure like a lot of that, it changed their perspectives for sure on things, and going back home and having to deal with that the rest of their lives if they made it home. So I don't know. I guess I'm saying this because I have a lot of respect for that, and like the looking out for each other, and even if like you're told the other person's your enemy, that you're still trying to help them to make sure that they're okay, even if like there's no evidence that they've done any wrong to you, and you just want to make it another day, so you're there together helping each other along. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Yep.
Good night, Sister Julia.
Good night.
Good night. A lot of the stuff that I research in with the Civil War, it's a lot of like the day-to-day stuff, like how they operated the moment they woke up, what kind of food they prepared for themselves, what their morning routines were. A lot of them had the New Testament, just the New Testament little book in their knapsack that they'd have at all times. And sometimes that like there's documented accounts where that New Testament saved some of these soldiers' lives because it was in their breast pocket. And not all coats had the breast, like the inner breast pocket. So it's like those infinite circumstances, and then that happens. The bullet just goes just a certain way, it hits that Bible, and it saves that guy's life. Divine intervention, the only way you can describe that. But like I'm more focused on that day-to-day stuff with the soldiers. Just it fascinates me just the way that they were able to live in the canvas tents, how they were able to move around with all of that stuff, and like even knowing that their shoes would get worn out and they'd get blisters all over their feet. Like I just want to immerse myself in that and see how it was like, and it's not fun, especially if you have smaller shoes than you need. Like if you're borrowing
Yeah.
owners for like reenactments, like you really feel that leather. It's not comfortable, and so yeah, I guess it humbles me doing all that stuff. It makes me realize like how good we have it right now, and hopefully that we don't go back to those times. Although it looked like we were going to a few years ago, I'm glad we didn't. Because like just like that, we could get into another civil war, and it would not be like the last one. It'd be completely different. So yeah, that's all I gotta say. I'm glad we're not there. And I do like learning from our past and our ancestors and applying that to today.
Well, I really appreciate you being here tonight, brother.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
That's no problem. But
I
we're
feel
gone for 3
I
hours
feel
and 40
welcome.
minutes.
You're very
Oh
welcoming.
yeah,
I
man.
feel good here. Thank you.
I had to find a way to do the live, so I was using my cell phone because, like I said before, the tree that fell over, it took up my Wi-Fi. But I found a way to make it happen to keep the show. The show must go on, right?
Show must go on. Yeah.
No matter what, the show must go on. You gotta keep on going forward. The Heavenly Father doesn't want us to give up. You know, He's got a purpose and a mission here for us, and sharing your testimonies here tonight is proof of that. You know, because there's people that are listening to your testimonies that they understand what you're going through, and it will help them if they ever get into any kind of trials or tribulations to overcome those obstacles. You know, it'll help them overcome them.
Yeah, you know what? I forgot to say the best part was God is over there with his arms open waiting for us, right? And we have to overcome all the obstacles and all the distractions and everything in this world. But he already knows what's going to happen because he can see everything. He already knows the times that we're going to fall. He knows the mistakes we're going to make, but he still has his arms open waiting for us. He already knows. He's waiting because he loves us no matter what, just like we love our children. Yep. All right, bro.
All
I
right,
think
bro.
I'll call it a night.
All right, brother. Thank you for being on.
Yep.
Good night. Yeah. Is there any final word you'd like to say to the viewers here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters?
Thank everybody for the condolences and uh for everything. It was nice being on the show. All right.
Good
Yeah, it was
night,
good
bro.
speaking with you, Jack.
Yeah, it's been you know, it's staying strong. You know, through anything that we go through, anything that I've been through in my life, I've always placed Jesus Christ first. Even when I was in combat in the front lines, I was in the Battle of Medina Ridge. The night before is when they told us we were going to be in the front lines. So there was a chaplain there praying with the soldiers. By the time I got there, the chaplain was gone because you know, it was a good walk to where they were praying. So I got there, and there were some guys that had doubt in their face, some had fear, and some people were saying, "I don't want to die," and all this. And I looked at them and I told them, "I know a way that we all can make it." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" So you said you're not afraid that we're going to war, that we're in the front lines. I said no, and they're like, "Why are you not afraid?" I said, "Because Jesus Christ is with me." So as far as I know, if we place Jesus Christ first, the Heavenly Father first, and it's been done through history, through all the religious wars. whoever places the Heavenly Father first normally wins the war because he's on your side. There were some people that were atheists, some people that didn't believe in God, and some people that believe in other things. And I said, look, I said, I can lead a prayer, but we all have to hold hands. I said, they start saying what they believed in. I said, look, you're the ones that are saying that you're afraid, you don't want to die. What is it? What do you have to lose? Just hold hands, united as one, and we're gonna pray. So I led the prayer, and we're all holding hands, even those that didn't believe in the Heavenly Father of Jesus Christ. And we prayed, and next thing the Heavenly Father started working on everybody. Everybody was like hyped up and ready, like for whatever was to come, because you just, it's a different feeling when fear goes out of the equation. So all these people became like spiritual warriors because Jesus Christ, he listened to our prayer and he was there for every individual, right? We'll go to war, and we all made it back, but the power of prayer is very important. And when you see fear or you see a manifestation of whatever, doesn't matter how he looks, what language he's speaking, whether it's growling or whatever he's doing, test it. Type on rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, and it's going to flee. It's going to leave you alone. That's why it's important to pray. His prayer is very powerful. And I want to say thank you to everybody that tuned in here tonight. I would like to, Miss will say some final words to y'all. Brother?
Yeah, I feel like I was drawn to the stream tonight to come on here and talk. I'm glad that you had. I saw it was open mic night, and
Yeah.
I've been not watching the past few weeks. I think it's been about a month I haven't watched,
Yeah.
surprisingly. But I was on here in the chat pretty
Yeah,
often before
I see
that.
you pop in,
Yeah,
once in a while. Yeah,
Jesse would make fun, saying like, "Oh, it's the flux capacitor guy." So yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's the Y on there. It's upside down flux capacitor.
yeah. Whenever we have open mic night, man, you're more than welcome to join. Whoever wants to speak. I believe that sharing is caring. And people need to know one thing. There is a lot of people that have love in their hearts and that care about you, just like Jesus Christ loves you and cares about you. He's love is everywhere. It just there's many negative seeds that are being planted even right now in society that's trying to cover that there's no love. There is love in this world.
Yeah, and I feel really focused tonight, and it felt like I needed to discuss some of the things that we talked about today. So I'm glad that we did.
Yeah, and if you ever want to have me on your show, brother, let me know. I'll make an appearance on your show. Just like if you ever want to come back, let me know. Hit me up through Messenger under HCS. It was good to have you on the show.
Awesome. Yeah.
We can talk about whatever.
Let's do that. I think that would be fun because I like just talking, spitballing.
Yeah.
It's I could do 5 hours of a show just live streaming, talking about whatever. As long as I don't drink like a whole bottle of water or something beforehand, because I got to
I've been drinking water. Can't drink any liquor or beer because it's got sugar in it. Diabetic, so that's why I don't drink beer or liquor. But I guess it's for a good thing. Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
Can't eat too many sweets, so I drink plenty of water. H2O when I go out with my wife. H2O it is. So when you see me dancing and spinning out there, it's all natural. It's because I have nothing in my system but the H2O.
That's the best thing. Like I used to like having flavor added to the water, but just straight up water now it's nourishment.
Yeah.
And it tastes like it now too, especially
Yeah.
after cutting out all the junk. Like I don't drink any of like the sodas. I used to drink the the glass Snapple bottles. Like, I used to drink that growing up, and I just wonder
Wow.
how much stuff was I like putting in my body just drinking that stuff, like 60 grams of sugar. It was no good for me. So if I get my sugar now, it's because I'm having yogurt, blueberries, dark chocolate chips in it.
There's so many things that have sugar. Potatoes have sugar.
Yeah,
Bread, fruits. They're like, you're willing to take shots in your stomach? I said, nope. You can keep those shots to yourself. I just take some pills that they give me, but even that, I don't even want to take them because I know that the Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, will heal me. Then I don't trust the VA, but that's a different story. That's for another time. Thank you, brother, for being on the show.
no, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. Somebody said, just don't wear the pointed botas. Yeah. You want to talk about where they can find you, brother?
Yes, you could find me at Yissel Missile. So in the caption under my name here, just type that into YouTube, and you'll see all my content. You'll see all my content pop up. Yeah, and I'm also on Rumble, BitChute, TikTok,
Oh
Instagram.
wow! So you're
I don't
everywhere.
I don't post on them all the time, but I have all those platforms, and I do try to re-upload to the other platforms in case anything happens to YouTube. But everything's been okay so far. I haven't gotten strikes. I watch next week. I'm gonna get one now because I said it.
Uh, the way I've been doing it, brother, is I've been using Restream and I share to YouTube, so it's been doing good for me through Restream. I think when you go through YouTube directly is when things can happen, but you got haters where they're going to try to say you did the dash and report you. So
I've been anticipating that, but I think if it were to have happened, it would have already happened by now.
yeah,
Because
just
like
you know,
past 4 weeks, I've been speaking out about my experiences helping people out that I used to interview. So I'm just being honest with what's been happening, and apparently I'm not allowed to talk about that, but I'm doing it anyway because I mean the truth needs to be addressed, the lies need to be addressed.
yes,
I need to shake it all out. I need to set it straight for people who have been following me for the past several years.
yeah,
I can't just up and leave and be like, oh yeah, I'm not talking about that anymore. I need to have resolution.
yeah,
And so like in the meantime, I'm doing all these deep dive series. I'm trying to keep it interesting. I have the Bermuda Triangle, the Chicago film industry from the 1900s. So with Thomas Edison, and the Coral Castle in Homestead, Florida, which I visited 2.5
oh,
years ago. And then that opens the door for all the monolithic stuff and the ancient civilizations. So, I mean, I like just making this content based off of stuff I want to research or stuff I want to read. And if it's like if I'm drawn toward that, like my intuition's bringing me towards that, then I'm going to talk about it. So that's what my channel is. And I enjoy your channel. I get notifications all the time. So, I mean, at least I know that's working. Because I don't know if that's happening with my subscribers. I should be having a lot more live viewers than I do, but it just is what it is.
yeah. It's
Over time, I'm gonna have the the people that need to see my content will see it.
Oh
And the
yeah,
channel
it'll
will
grow.
grow.
It'll
It'll
grow
grow.
eventually. You know, just be patient, and everything will grow. People will subscribe. Just keep on putting your content out there. You know, and sharing it to groups. What I do, I share it to groups on Facebook that I'm affiliated with. Share them there. Share it to my news feed, and you know, eventually it'll build up. One thing that I noticed is when you do it up your cell phone on YouTube, you get more viewers. To me, if you put your location, if you put your location where you're at, and the viewers through your cell phone, I used to get at one time like 2,000, 3,000 viewers viewing, and I'll get some subscribers out of that. But
Wow,
you know,
that's incredible.
YouTube changed their platform some that it's kind of complicated. So
Yeah, the location thing. I'll check that out in the descriptions or whenever I'm
yeah,
doing a live.
I would always get more views when I would go off my cell phone on YouTube itself. But right now I'm just on Restream. But yeah, just
Yeah, Matt.
something
I
something you can try.
use. There's a free program I use, OBS, and
Oh
I
yeah,
use that. I stream to YouTube through that program on the computer, and I finally got all the little bits out where I couldn't figure out how to get the resolution of the camera
yeah,
up. So I needed to do a few streams before I got over those hurdles. But
yes.
Madeline, thank you for linking my channel down there. I appreciate that. And I'm in Niles, Illinois, and I don't know, major intersection. I'm by Milwaukee Avenue and Oakton,
Mm-hmm.
and it's right on the border of Chicago. Because the
Out Chicago.
next towns over there, it's Edison Park, Skokie, Evanston, Northbrook, Morton Grove, Schaumburg, Des Plaines, Elk Grove. That's all around me. And yeah, it's a nice area, but I'm tending to lean towards going to Texas now. I wanted to go to Colorado. I visited there 3 times, but
Yeah, I got
it's
cousins in Colorado.
it would have to be in the mountains. I'd have to be up there because I do like my solitary time, and I'm exhausted from doing city stuff.
Yes.
I'm never gonna take the CTA downtown again. I used to be able to sleep on the blue line with my backpack reversed over me, and I'd just be able to sleep like that on the blue line train. I wouldn't be caught doing that today because it's a completely different environment now. The crime that used to happen on certain trains, now it's happening on all the lines.
Oh
So
wow.
it just doesn't. The risk isn't worth it. So wherever I'm going, I'm driving. I don't want to fly anymore. My last flight I took was last year, 13 months ago. I'm not flying again if I don't have to. I'll travel by car or by boat, but the plane thing's a little freaky for me these days, especially with all the stuff, with all the planes crashing the past few
Yeah.
months.
Yeah.
I don't get that. I'd rather be in control of where I'm going because I can drive. I drove back home from Texas to Illinois, from Atlanta, Texas. Took me 18 hours. I drove straight through, just stopped for gas, some food. But I enjoy doing that stuff. I enjoy being on the road. Yeah, we'll connect after this, and I'll have you on my show. It'll be
Alrighty,
cool to
brother.
talk there.
Sounds good. Well, thank you brother for being here. God bless you. You have a nice morning.
Thank you. You too. And thanks for everyone watching. This has been fun. I like the active chat. Everyone's sharing their thoughts. It's the way it's supposed to be, I think.
Yes. In saying
All right,
that, brother,
I'll head out. I'll
all
head
right,
out. I'll
brother.
let you
Thank
close
you.
out the show.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
All right. God bless you too, Ed.
There we go, folks. What an evening. We did a 4-hour show. Thank you to all the viewers, to the moderators for doing an awesome job. Even with me not having no Wi-Fi, we had a pretty good turnout tonight. Thank you all for chatting in the chat and keeping everybody in prayer. And thank you to everybody that showed up on the live tonight. Cousin Jesse, my bro, Missile. Well, I'm just gonna call him Missile, Mr. Missile, and everybody that was on the show. Thank you. In saying that, good night, everybody. God bless y'all. Always remember you're never alone. The Heavenly Father is always with you. Always maintain a family love foundation. And if things going astray or going a certain way, till you call upon Him, and He'll assist you spiritually. And saying that, good night, everybody, from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters.